Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm Lauren Conlin. I'm gonna move over a little bit. I'm in a different room. Shocker. I'm actually in it's not exactly my childhood bedroom because my parents moved after I graduated. But I am in my parents' home, and this is the room that I sometimes stay in. So here we are. Good morning, everyone in the chat. I'm so happy you're here. I am trying something new. I'm trying to do live streams consistently on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 9:30. So hopefully these stick. Everybody likes them. And I'm playing around with some titles. Dizzy knows we were discussing culture clash just because a lot of these stories are pop culture, crime, and scandals, and that's what I really like to focus on here. So hopefully, again, people will be interested, and things will continue, and we can do this Tuesday and Thursday. And yes, I'm trying. You know what? Actually, academics, I just texted him. We should do a live to tape call. I feel like this should be part of the show from now on, where I just randomly call people and I'm like, "Hi, you're live. We're going to be talking about what I want to talk about right now. And if you don't want to talk, you can hang up." So, yeah. Good morning, Michigan made Ray. Good morning, Derek. Dizzy, my love, my new moderator. Dizzy, tell me if everything's cool with the moderating stuff. I don't even know how to say. I don't even know how it goes, but yeah, Sherry, I've been looking so forward to this since being on replay when you walk the New York streets. Oh my gosh, if anybody was part of that live last week, that left me in such a weird spot. I can't even describe to you. I don't know why. It was partially because the chat, there were some people in the chat that were making me feel uncomfortable. And like, I don't care, but my mom was in the chat and it was weird. I was like, okay, I feel slightly strange by some of the stuff they're saying. And it wasn't even like dirty stuff. It was hard to explain. And then I ended up running into this woman who I realized had blood all over her. And I was like, okay. And she literally was like, "Can I have your smoothie?" I'm like, "Okay, sure." My backwash is all in it. And then I gave her money because I didn't know what to do. And then later I did call 311, and 311 is like, it's the city. It's not 911. So it's not like an emergency because she seemed fine. But yeah, anyway, they just go and check to see if she needs any mental help, whatever. But yeah, that was weird. I like doing those walks, but I think they might attract some interesting people. But guys, so yes, like, subscribe, share, please. Again, I will put these for now, these live streams 9:30 Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I want to start with Jamal Warner, Theo Huxtable. I mean, guys, this was so sad. And I want to call somebody actually about this. I thought about this morning because it was shocking, his death. He drowned on a family vacation with his wife and daughter in Costa Rica. He was very private, a very private guy. Oh, yay. Sherry, thank you so much for being a new member. Thank you so much. So, very private guy, kept his wife and daughter kind of hidden from the spotlight. I mean, I can't even imagine what they are feeling. Imagine your husband or your father goes swimming and doesn't come back, or he comes back but his body has washed ashore. I mean, it's awful. So, cause of death as of right now, and it's like TMZ is reporting it, is asphyxiation. Now, normally what I like to do is call Costa Rican authorities to get the scoop myself so I don't have to rely on anybody else. However, I didn't have a chance to do that. But somebody that I'm going to call, I believe some of you might be familiar with her. Her name is Nicole Angemi, and she is the host of Mother Knows Death. She was or is a pathology assistant, and she has done so many autopsies, you guys. Oh, Maytal, thank you so much. You're so sweet. You're the best. Thank you. Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much, Sheldon. So I'm going to call Nicole. Hopefully she answers, because Nicole does such an amazing job of breaking down what could have possibly happened to him once he hit the water. And if this might be, Nicole can sometimes, how do I say this? She tells it like a doctor. It's almost like robotic. Like, this is what happened. He choked, he did this, whatever. So if that is triggering to you, maybe lack of emotion, then maybe you should just maybe not listen to that part. But I'm gonna call her. And so it was an accidental drowning. As of right now, accidental drowning. So I'm gonna call Nicole because she's been diving into this, and I saw it on her Instagram this morning. She's going to record an episode of her show, Mother Knows Death, about this. And if you don't follow her, she also has this seriously gross, and for me, it's gross. Some people might think it's amazing. It's a blog, and it's called The Gross Room, where she has done like a million celebrity autopsies, breaks it down. And she actually has a book where people have sent her weird things happening on her body or their body, and she kind of goes over what's going on. So, I mean, for example, I have her book and I have to hide it from my kids because you could just open it up and see just like a big vag with herpes. Like, it's just crazy. And you're like, oh, okay. So I do want to call her to see if she's around, to see if she can give us just a little bit of a rundown on what happened to him, if he drowned, when he came back up, what happened to his body, etc. So let's see if she answers the phone. And also, I mean, Malcolm-Jamal Warner, I said this yesterday. He was so amazing. He was cast as Theo Huxtable when he was 14 years old by this, it was a nationwide casting call, one of those like open calls. Bill Cosby himself, I mean, whatever you think about him, I mean, he's gross, whatever, but he handpicked Malcolm-Jamal Warner. And then he did all 8 seasons of the Cosby Show. He went on to do so much more. He won a Grammy. He had a podcast. I mean, he was just such an amazing guy, truly. And I said this, I did a breaking news hit on Fox yesterday, and I called him television royalty because he was. And I went on Twitter just to kind of see what everybody was saying. And, it made for some decent sound bites because people were saying like, oh my gosh, I feel like I lost a member of my family, I had to do a phone interview because I looked like absolute butt yesterday. Normally I'm hair and makeup ready. I just get up and put makeup on after, before I drop my kids off or something. But yesterday I did not sleep. So I looked like such an armpit. And I was like, really, like literally the only time that I'm not ready. Cool. Thank you so much, Lauren. Like, good job. Okay. Let's call Nicole. I'll make a banner if she answers right now. Let's see. All right, so we are calling Nicole Angemi. I'm gonna do the speakerphone, like we did with Rudy last time, which was so great. Tell me in the chat if you guys can hear.
Hello.
Hi, Nicole. It's Lauren.
Yo, what's up?
How are you guys? Can you hear her? Let me know if you can hear. I'm waiting for the chat. So Nicole, you're live to tape right now. I was just gushing about you and all the work oh, great. They can all hear you. All the work that you do. And we are really curious about what happened to Malcolm-Jamal Warner. What do you think he suffered? What do you think happened? And have you just been researching this? Like tell me everything.
Yeah, we're actually going to talk about this on our show today. So I've been looking into it. It seems as if he was on vacation and got caught up in a rip current. Mm-hmm. And you go to the shore all the time. I go to the Jersey Shore. You're up over go in New York, right? But when you look at the ocean at the shoreline, you could see a rip current. And, usually along the shoreline, there's this foamy look of the waves and it's white looking. And then when there's a rip current, there's this empty area where the sea looks like it's really calm. And a lot of people think, oh, I'm going to go in that spot because I'm not going to get crushed with waves. When in fact, that's a rip current that could really pull you out to sea. And there's a certain way that you're supposed to swim away from that. The ultimate goal is to just not freak out and get away from it. And even if you're out of the rip current and you're really far away, the theory is that a lifeguard will see you and pull you back to shore or help you get back. But unfortunately, people freak out, and then they start losing muscle tone in their legs, and they're not able to stay up out of water. And it's likely, being on vacation in Costa Rica, that there wasn't a lifeguard present.
Oh,
So
why do they lose muscle in their legs? I don't understand that.
So if you're swimming, you don't really realize, if you go in the pool, like I could hold my husband in my pool.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
In real life, you can't. So you are using your muscles, even though you don't realize it. And sometimes if you're swimming in the pool all day, you get really tired at night and you sleep well. It's a really great way to get your kids to go to bed, because they don't realize that they're doing a workout while they're in the pool.
Yeah.
So what happens is, especially with people who aren't experienced to be in situations like that, they don't know what to do, and their heart rate raises, that their muscles begin to atrophy. They're using them too much, and unfortunately they get caught going underwater. So in this case, they pulled him out of the water, and they said that he was dead right away. They reported him dead when they pulled him out of the water. They did try to do resuscitation, but those efforts failed. And I don't know if you read this, but another person was also pulled out of the water at the same exact time.
Oh, I didn't. And they also died?
No, as of right now, it said that they were brought to the hospital in critical condition. So I don't know if that was another person that was in his party on vacation, or if it was just someone else. But apparently 2 people got caught up in this rip current and got pulled out of the water. And that's when the paramedics were called to the beach to check that out.
Oh my gosh. No, I did not know that. Do you know if his wife and daughter were around, or if they were just like, doing anything else? Did they see him get pulled? I couldn't find anything about that.
Yeah, I didn't find anything else either as of, 9:45 this morning, as far as who was there. Assuming he wasn't there by himself, I don't know. But so they did an autopsy on him and confirmed that his cause of death was due to drowning. And the reason that they do that is because they want to see if there was an underlying factor that may have caused him to become incapacitated in the water. Because a lot of times you see, like, obviously the guy was in the ocean and he knew how to swim, but people that are experienced swimmers still can die and still can drown. So, I mean, obviously the answer is that he was caught in a rip current, and that's why he died. And they determined that doing the autopsy, because a lot of times when there's not like true things that you always see in drowning cases. So sometimes you have to rule out everything else beforehand.
Right.
But this is a little bit of a different situation, because sometimes you find a body, like, let's say like Naya Rivera. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. Yeah. I mean, she was died in the water after going on a boat ride with her son, but the kid was 4 years old. So his testimony is,
right.
It's not like getting one from an adult. Yeah. So, when they do the autopsy with her, for example, they don't really know what happened, and they want to figure out what happened. This one, it was like people witnessed this and saw what happened. So,
so is there a toxicology report out yet for him? Like, would it matter?
No, I mean, it could matter, because if he had alcohol or drugs in his system, then obviously that would have
played a role, right?
Yeah, it would have played a role, but that won't be out. That won't be out that fast. But
okay.
So when you do the autopsy, I mean, there's certain findings that you could see. Sometimes the person could have foam around their mouth that would be similar to something you would see in an opioid death, and what that is just different proteins in the lungs mixing with those last breaths that a person's taking. And it creates this foam that you could see around the mouth and in the trachea, as well as the lung tissue. And also another thing that you see, especially in cases like this, is you could see a lot of water within the stomach, because the person's trying to breathe and is actually sucking water, not only in their lungs, but in their esophagus, going into their stomach as well.
I'm like so panicked right now, even thinking about that. I think, honestly, not to be just I guess a downer, but drowning is one of my worst fears. It really is one of my worst fears. I cannot imagine just swallowing all that water and you know what I mean? Like just drowning, getting waterboarded. I know. Happy Tuesday, but right? It just sounds awful. God.
Well, it's funny because we're covering another news story this week about a mom who had posted this TikTok saying that she hired a lifeguard for her kids' pool party.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't believe the amount of people that were saying to her that she was being dramatic and ridiculous.
What? Are you serious? No, people are so crazy. Like, also, who cares what she does in her life if she wants to be safe? Why does it bother them? What the hell? That's so weird.
I just think people are very naive about drowning statistics. And I mean, I have a pool in my yard, and every time I have a party with my kids, I hire a lifeguard too. I don't care if you think I'm nuts. Like,
no, that's really smart. That's honestly really, really smart. I honestly, if I had a pool, I probably would too, especially if it was a lot of kids. I mean, it's terrifying. And, you know, just to go back to Malcolm Jamal Warner for 1 second, and I know this is horrible, but do you think that, you know, when you are drowning or when you are pulled by the current like that, the rip current, how long do you think it'll take you to actually die? I like to know that people die quickly, I guess, and they don't. I don't know. I just want to believe that maybe he didn't struggle too much, if possible. But if you can't say that, then don't say that. But
well, once the good thing is in a lot of cases, especially in asphyxia cases, is that you could pass out pretty quick when you don't have oxygen going to the brain.
Okay.
So, like within a minute, it can happen really fast, and you may be unconscious but still alive, but you don't really realize what's happening once you're unconscious. You know what I mean? So
okay.
I feel like it does, even if he went unconscious within a minute and then was submersed underwater and it took a couple more minutes for him to actually die, like he wouldn't have realized that, you know?
So can you tell in an autopsy, like, would they be able to tell his wife and daughter, like, hey, we did the autopsy and he was unconscious after a minute and so he didn't feel anything, or can they not tell that?
So it just depends on what medical examiner's doing it. I mean, pretty much you could estimate just depending on looking at the lung tissue under the microscope, like how long that was happening. But
okay,
again, in situations like this is just a little bit different than like the Naya Rivera one, because there were people there
right,
that actually saw it, and he was pulled out of the water by people on the beach. I don't know if it was his family or whatever, but I mean, everybody watched it go down. So
I mean, I can't. I literally cannot imagine going on a vacation with my family and someone not coming back. I just can't. I mean, that, especially like, you know, like he seemed like such a good family man, so respectful of his family, to keep them private like that. I feel so bad for them. You know, they lost their dad, their husband, the head of the family. It makes me want to just like break down right now. I hate this. Oh my gosh. Right?
I know. And he's just one of those actors that, you know, there's so few people that if you bring up their name that everybody's like, oh, I love him.
I know. It's people, like, when I was posting about him, and sorry, like it's so sad. Somebody on YouTube was like, I just broke down sobbing. Like, they actually wrote, I just broke down sobbing. And dude, the Cosby Show has been off the air for how long? I mean, it's crazy. And people just, oh my gosh. Why couldn't it have been Bill Cosby? Why couldn't he have gone swim? I'm just kidding. Sorry. That was awful.
No, it's serious though. Like, it's so crazy. And he put out a statement talking about it, and we're just like, dude, you don't need to talk ever again.
I know. It's so, yeah, I know. I saw that. He actually, this woman that I actually really, really like, I met her during the Diddy trial. She works for CBS. Her name is Geragos. She actually posted a phone conversation that she had with him, and she's an amazing journalist, lawyer. And I'm like, damn, it's so interesting when it's like acceptable to have Bill Cosby on the air and comment on shit now, you know? Isn't it crazy?
Yeah, but that just happens. It's just funny how people forget and about things that happened 20 years later or whatever. And You know what? One other thing I wanted to tell you is one of my kids last week said, "Oh, our friend wants to take us to the beach this week, and can we go?" And I was just like, "Listen, I'm sure some of the people listening right now are going to be like, Nicole's a crazy person," which is fine because I am. But I was like, "No, you're not going on the beach without me. I'm sorry." Like, I mean, listen, like, you know, our beaches are so heavily populated. There's lots of lifeguards and stuff, which makes me feel better if I'm there.
Yeah, no, I agree. Nicole, I think we've discussed this. Like, we are kind of on the same page when it comes to our kids and their safety. And like, I can be so, whatever. But yeah, when it comes to water and the ocean scares the living hell out of me. There is no, I mean, I'll let my kids swim in my parents' pool. I'll be inside. I can kind of see them from like the deck or whatever. I don't need to be right next to the pool. But yeah, when it comes to the ocean and you hear of adults drowning 24/7, no, my kids are not. Yeah, I'm with you. That's not a crazy thing. I don't think it's crazy. So no one in the chat does either. No one else thinks it's crazy either. Don't worry.
I think because of the way things get portrayed in the movies, even though Jaws is a different situation that you're getting bit by a shark, but I think people think that when you're drowning, you're like flailing your arms around and screaming, and a lot of times it's very quiet, and you just look over and your person that is there, either an adult or a child, is just floating upside down in the water.
I just got chills like that. I just got chills because you're so right. I mean, now I'm thinking about Malcolm-Jamal Warner and just being in this quiet little area and no one seeing. Gosh, that's so terrifying. Well, Nicole, when is your episode going to come out about Malcolm-Jamal Warner? Is that today?
Yeah, it'll come out later tonight.
Okay. So guys, Nicole's episode on Mother Knows Death about Malcolm-Jamal Warner and his death, that will be out later today. Mother Knows Death is part of the Elvis Duran podcast network on iHeart, and they also put episodes on YouTube. I know that Dizzy has kindly put the links in the chat, so check her out. I'll talk a little bit more about it once I hang up with her so she doesn't have to waste her time. But Nicole, you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right, bye.
Okay, so just one more thing about Nicole. So she does the podcast with her daughter, Maria, who many people think they're sisters because Nicole had Maria when she was only 15, and they've got this great dynamic. And now, Nicole is married and her kids with her husband now, they're closer to my kids' age. So Maria, her daughter, is like 31 maybe. And then she has, siblings that are, I think, 9 and 11 or whatever. So it's really cool. Great dynamic. And Nicole is so funny because she always talks about how she used to bring Maria to class when she was studying to become a pathologist. So there's another episode that I did with Nicole that you would find really interesting. It was around the time where people were speculating that Diddy had something to do with Kim Porter's death. And Nicole and I did a live, and she did the whole autopsy about how he really couldn't have had anything to do with Kim Porter's death. And this is why. So you got to go check that out. It's a really good episode, and it's really, really eye-opening. And it's just funny because Nicole's like, I'm not trying to like help this guy out or anything, but like he didn't do it. He had nothing to do with it. So yes, let me go back up in the chat. You decided to watch an episode of Malcolm and Eddie after hearing the news. Sad. Yeah, we were just discussing Naya Rivera. I should do a Naya Rivera episode with Nicole. That would be really interesting. But yeah, it's crazy. I cannot believe he's gone. And Dizzy, I saw that you had a friend drown. Oh my gosh, that's also terrifying. And I'm so sorry. My goodness. I can't imagine. It really is one of my worst fears. And there was this case. I don't know if you know of this case, but do you guys remember? I think it was early 2000s, and this guy, his name is Skylar something. Now I'm forgetting, but there was a Dateline, and he was like a former child actor, like a Power Ranger or something, and he basically convinced these people that he wanted to buy their boat. and they were selling their boat so they could go be closer to their family. And I remember the people's names. They were so awesome. These people, Tom and Jackie, in their late 50s, they wanted to go be closer to their grandkids. So they were like, yes, we're going to sell our boat. So this guy, Skylar, and his wife, they basically con these people knowing that they have no interest in buying the boat. And what happens is they say, oh, hey, can we take the boat for a test drive? And they end up, Skylar, his wife, and they bring like this bodyguard. They literally end up going out on the boat and tying this poor couple to chairs and tying cement blocks on them and then throwing them overboard. I never got over that. I have nightmares from that case. I'll just put a link of anything. If you read this, it is so insane. I don't know how I got off on this. Tom and Jackie Hawks. That's their name. Oh my gosh. The murder of Tom and Jackie Hawks. Oh. And this is weird because there's articles about this case from 2020 for some reason. So he wasn't like a Power Ranger. He was just like an extra. I mean, he's not the Green Power Ranger who took his own life, but his name was Skylar De Leon. Oh, and this is the most insane part about this. Skylar De Leon, if you look him up now, it makes me so angry. I guess he was on death row. Skylar De Leon, he was moved from death row because he's now trans. And in California, he was literally able to get boobs. He's able to buy boobs. I'm shook. I'm literally shook. That's a whole episode in itself. If you guys didn't know how this ends, it ends with the Hawk family being miserable for the rest of their lives, okay? Dealing with the death of their parents, Jackie and Tom, being in the ground dead. And then Skylar De Leon living it up in Gavin Newsom's California. Sorry if I'm getting political. Yeah, getting boobs. I swear. I will find it because it took me down a rabbit hole where I was like, I'm sorry, what is happening? Yeah, that's when I hate this world. I'm like, so he gets to be on death row. I swear. Let me just make sure because I don't want to give anyone false information. Skylar De Leon transitioning. I swear. Yacht killer inmate. Yup. Here it is, New York Post. This is sick. This is so sick. Oh my gosh. Yep, I was right. Oh, guess who gave it to him? Remember who was backing this and denied it when she was running for president? Kamala Harris. There we go. There you go. So yeah, so that's a true story. Sorry, because we were talking about water. So since we are on the topic of water, I do what I'm going to get to today as well. Oh, hey, Amanda. We're going to get to, I need to go over part of the Roc Nation Alex Spiro response to the whole Fat Joe lawsuit, because Alex Spiro is Roc Nation's lawyer. They're trying to get Jay-Z, or not Jay-Z, but Roc Nation dismissed from Terrence Dixon's crazy civil lawsuit. So we will get to that, but I do want to talk about something, since again, we are talking about water right now. Let me take Malcolm off in a second. Okay. Amy Lynn Bradley. Amy Bradley is missing. Did you guys watch this docuseries on Netflix? Please tell me yes or no. I won't spend too much time on this, but we have to just discuss it for a second, because I'm going to put this up. Because I feel like all of you in this chat, plus many more, we can find her. I think she is alive. Do you guys think she is alive? I emailed her brother. I've been in contact with her brother on Twitter. He is very busy, obviously, and he told me, he said a lot is going on right now. Oh, you have Dizzy? Okay, you're ahead of the game. Okay, and I will say, I posted a tweet. Let me find it. I posted a tweet, I think, about Amy Bradley on one of the anniversaries, and it got no traction whatsoever. Let me see. 1 year ago, it got like 3 likes. It got 3 likes. Let me share this. And I didn't even really have I did this whole thing, and I even had wrong information. She's 23, but March of 1998, she reluctantly and that's the thing. I don't know where I got my information from at this time. Now that I've seen the documentary, she didn't reluctantly go. She was happy to go per all her friends, per all her families. What's this? You learn quickly if the locals aren't in the water, you don't go in. Oh, that's so interesting. That's such a good point. Oh my goodness. Wait, Sam, you haven't heard about this? Okay. All right. So I don't want to give too much away if you haven't seen it, guys, but there's 3 episodes on Netflix right now. It's called Amy Bradley is Missing. And what's so frustrating about this is, well, there's so many things, but her brother is now on Twitter and he's adding more context to a lot of things, which it's making me just so confused. So wait, the creepy guy in the room next to them is shady, but the feds, and I don't think he had anything to do with it. I don't think like the neighbor, whatever. I don't think he did. But I mean, at this point, my thought here is that she has been trafficked. Okay. So my dad and my husband don't think she's with us either. I have problems with this. Yes, Samantha, please. Why? I was talking to my girlfriend this morning and I'm like, we work out together. And I was like, you need to run, not walk, and like, just watch this because I need someone to discuss these theories with, because, I have these theories. And again, her brother has been really open to sharing things on Netflix. And Sherry, I personally think that they should have done a documentary a long time ago, but you guys know how these things work on Netflix, right? Like it takes a long time to get things going. And I was so impressed at how many people they got to talk that were from, God, 30 years ago. It's pretty impressive how they did this. But per her brother, they also left a lot out. Now, I have some questions. Oh, Sheila, 100%. And if, well, I know you know, but if Jack popped into this chat right now, I would call some things out. And Brad, her brother, is posting old interviews with this guy, Yellow. So this guy, Yellow, was one of the last people seen with Amy Bradley. And the way he answers some questions reminds me a little bit of R. Kelly. I will just say, have you ever met such a great liar that they just love to answer your questions with questions, right? Like with R. Kelly, who did that with like Gayle King, the interview, and she would ask him a question and he's like, what? He's like, why would I hog tie? Why? I don't know, bro. Why would you hog tie? So Yellow is pretty much the same way. I mean, there's moments when he's being asked questions and she's like, Daddy, like that, his daughter, Daddy, they saw you on the beach. People spotted you on the beach. He goes, what beach? Everyone knows I don't like beaches. Okay, that doesn't answer the question. Also, why are you crowdsourcing with everyone? Oh, everyone thinks that. Oh, are you trying to threaten me? Saying, well, everyone knows, why don't you? He's not forthcoming, paired with some of the information he has now. Oh, yes, I should read the R. Kelly transcripts. Oh my gosh, one day I will. But paired with some of the information that Brad Bradley has put on his social media, being like, oh, hey, this girl reached out, right? And said, like, when I was on a cruise ship with Yellow, because he's in the band, if I didn't say that already, when I was on a cruise ship with him, he asked me to meet him somewhere at 6 a.m. I brought a friend and he kind of freaked out and nothing happened. Well, I think based on the timeline discussed in this show, because Amy Bradley was seen at 5:30 and then she was gone by 6 a.m., I think Yellow did ask her to meet him somewhere. And what I think happened, and this is also annoying that no one is really bringing this up or making this a thing. So at 5:30 in the morning, her dad wakes up. They are all sharing one cabin on the Royal Caribbean, the Rhapsody, whatever. Her brother's asleep. And yeah, I'll pull this up after Dizzy. I'll pull up what he said because it's crazy. So nothing bigger than the chat. I love it. We're gonna call academics actually after this. Morning. So yes, he did say something about Scientology. That was a theory, not a thing. But so her brother goes to bed. Her dad randomly wakes up at 5:30 because her brother 21, Amy's 23. they stay out, they partied. They were on the balcony of their room, their private room, until 3:30 or so. And then they're smoking, drinking, and then her brother was like, I'm gonna go to bed. So 5:30, her dad checks on her brother and he's like, okay, great. He's asleep. And then he looks out of the balcony. He doesn't open it. He just peeks out and he sees Amy's legs, like her jeans, and she's sleeping. So he's like, okay, great. She's safe. Goes back to bed, 5:30 a.m. Well, either by 10 till 6 or 6, he just decides that he's awake. So he's woke up for the day and then he looks and Amy's gone. But what I don't think enough people are really talking about, or I guess thinking about, is the fact that the balcony door, they said was left ajar, right? So in my opinion, that means that she was leaving in haste, because why else would you leave the door open? It's really hot. You need air conditioning. And by the way, if you weren't aware, this boat was about to dock in Curacao. It was one of those boats that would stop at Barbados, Aruba, Curacao, all those places. So they were just a few hours from docking. Again, it's cold. Or hot? Why'd you not shut it? So in my opinion, this guy, Yellow, asked Amy to meet him at 6 a.m. and she fell asleep, right? And all of a sudden she woke up saying, oh my gosh, what's going on? Did I miss the meeting? So she opens the door, she pops in, she probably sees that it's 6 a.m. and then she runs out. And that's why the door was open. So I think he has a lot more to do with this than people think, I guess, law enforcement wise, because law enforcement thinks that because they cleared him and he took a polygraph that, oh yeah, or he thinks that. And many of you know that polygraphs don't actually matter. Especially with a guy like that. He probably had beta blockers. He definitely had drugs to take where he was probably so chill, could totally pass it. I mean, yeah, she did say that. She wasn't feeling good. That's why she stayed outside. Did Yellow drug her? Right. And then, right. I have all these questions. There's eyewitnesses, guys. I should do a whole other stream on this because it's so intense with her brother. But quickly, I just want to show you what Brad put out there. This was here it is. Can you guys see this? Let me make it bigger. I'll make myself smaller. It says, yeah, if you're interested, I will definitely, and I emailed her brother. He's just busy. But it says, Yellow asked this girl to meet him at 6 a.m., the same spot he met Amy. She was lucky she brought a friend with her, or I believe he would have done something. So this was March 7th to the 14th. So this was right before Amy's cruise. Yeah, asked her to meet at the Viking Lounge on the upper deck one morning because he wasn't supposed to be seen with passengers. And that area, there's no security people there. Also, there was an elevator that somebody also saw Yellow and Amy going up after like the club was closed. This one girl claims she swears she saw them. Who knows? But this also says there was another woman who approached her one evening at the disco and asked her if she was, quote, attracted to Yellow. And Melissa said, no, why? And the woman said, she wanted to know because she was also a passenger and she had been sleeping with him all week. So this is really interesting. Yeah, if you ask me, which I don't know if anybody is asking me, but I'm just going to say it. I think that she was targeted on this boat. I do. I think she was targeted, and I think that she was trafficked, unfortunately. And if I had to guess, I would also say, right, that after 27 years, there's a really good possibility that she is brainwashed. Maybe she has children. Maybe she feels like nobody would want her anymore because of what happened to her. I don't know. But I think that it's so sad. And people have asked Brad Bradley, why didn't your family just move there? Why didn't they just stay there? And, that's a good question. And he said that that's a good question. And he said it's really dangerous. And my family couldn't bear if I were to move there and something happened to me and whatever. And I'm like, but think about that. I get what you're saying, but your sister's over there then by herself. I don't know. It's awful. And then Dizzy, the two ladies in uniform she was last seen talking to, that was a whole thing that didn't really make it in the documentary. But that Stockholm too. But that goes to the whole, she was being targeted. These women in uniform were just staring at her. And I think that was also part of the Scientology theory that got kiboshed as well. On Netflix, it's called Amy Bradley is Missing. That it's 3 episodes. Please, please watch it. Let me know your thoughts. I really feel like collectively, as a whole, this community could find her. Whether or not, she's alive, whether or not she's deceased, but somebody knows what happened to her, I think we can find her. I really, really do. So yeah, I'll stop it there because I really think that I am going to hopefully have a live stream or a chat with Brad, her brother. I'm hoping and praying. I'm going to keep following up with him. I'm not going to let this go. You guys know that. So I want to find her. I really do. She'd be 50 years old by now. And it's heartbreaking. And look, I don't know how old you guys are. I'm 40. I'm not really scared of like getting trafficked or like at 40 years old. I think, my ship has sailed for that, knock on wood. But I do have a daughter, and a lot of you are young in your 20s and your 30s, and it could happen to anybody. Okay. So just be careful. And again, I would just hope and pray that if something happened to me or my family member or my friend, that this community would just rally and try to help and find. So don't worry. I'll catch you guys up tomorrow because there's a hearing tomorrow about the crypto case, Les said. Okay. So let's put Amy Bradley to bed right now. Disney, you're so beautiful. Stop. I don't mean to say put Amy Bradley to bed. I meant like, let's move on. Let me see. Okay. Let's go back to my pop culture news, scandals, and crimes. Okay. Let's pull up right now the Roc Nation dismissal by Alex Spiro. Let me stick this up. Roc Nation dismissal motion. Alex Spiro, man. Okay, if we could do like a calendar, go back and just be like the 90s, early 2000s. It's Spiro, right? Not Spiros. Let me make sure. Yeah, he would be on the cover of my like defense attorney yearly calendar. I don't know about you guys, but if you are not familiar with Alex Spiro, he was also Alec Baldwin's lawyer and got him off, or basically got him, what was that? The whole case dismissed, the Rust case where he accidentally shot Helena Hutchins. And listen, feel however you want about Alec Baldwin, but I felt very strongly about that case that it wasn't a fair case against Alec Baldwin. I really did not, because if you paid attention to that case, he was not on the hook for being a producer. He was on the hook for being an actor. I felt like Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Dave Hall, all those people were very responsible. Yes, was Alec Baldwin kind of, stupid? He probably shouldn't have pointed that gun, obviously, but I don't feel like he should have gone to jail when Dave Halls wasn't going. I mean, it's just the whole thing. I just didn't think that it was necessarily the onus was on him. And then when what's her face, Carrie, I'm blanking on her name. What was her name, Dizzy? The ADA, she was awful. When they pulled up that footage about all the names she was calling him and how she did some shady stuff as a prosecutor. So yeah, the armorer should have made it safe. And Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is actually getting out of jail now. Oh my gosh, she was probably the least likable defendant I've ever seen. Eye rolling on the stand. It was, Carrie Morrissey. Thank you. It was awful. So there's something in my eye right now. Let me pull up. I just made it better by poking it. Cool. Good job. Now it's going to water for a minute. So just hang on while I just pull up this lawsuit, or I'm sorry, the response. Where is it? So this was actually, this was filed on the 14th. Now, has anybody seen this, by the way? Put this back. All right. It's starting to, yeah. Okay. Has anyone seen the motion to dismiss Roc Nation from Terrence Dixon? Let me know if I'm super late to the game, but I did not see this. I was checking the docket this morning and I was like, oh, wow. They posted something on the 7th, which was a few weeks ago. Oh, thank you so much. Dizzy, you're so on it. You're the best. Gosh. Let me share the screen here. Okay, reply. Dix. Yes. Okay, here it is. Let me get this up. Make sure you guys can all see this. Okay. Wait, what is this? Make sure to relay. Oh, who is she? Wait, someone's already got an interview with Brad? Oh, what the hell? He's like, I'm so busy. Who's he interviewing with? Oh my gosh. Wait, let me know who he's doing an interview with. Man, I want to be the first. I'm so upset. I thought I would be the first. Oh, he's doing one with Mike? Oh, I love Mike. Okay. That's cool. I do love Mike, so I'll tune in for sure. Yeah, Mike's so great. Love you, Mike. And I won't sit there and try to and be like, hey, do one with me, do one with me. I won't do that because I really love Mike. Not that I think I would do that with anybody, actually. And you know what? Side note, I feel like if I did do stuff like that, I probably would be like a lot more successful in life. But I don't know. I try to be nice, I guess. But nice guys also finish last. So, but anyway, here we are. So, no, I want to cover this too. The Jay-Z paternity test. I want to cover Desiree Perez and what's her daughter. I want to cover Demore. What is it? I always have trouble pronouncing her name. Demore, right? Yeah. So I want to cover all that. But first, this is what I want to just discuss really quick. This is the dismissal by Jay-Z attorney Alex Spiro. Actually, let me make sure I'm saying his name right once and for all. It's not super long. This whole thing, it's Alex Spiro. Okay, I'm right. I am right, Alex Spiro. So essentially, what you can kind of go through, let me go here while I sort of explain what's going on here. So what Alex Spiro is alleging here, he obviously sees, right, that Roc Nation, Fat Joe is signed with Roc Nation, and Roc Nation is mentioned on this crazy civil lawsuit. And that civil lawsuit, many of you know, I mean, they're referring to him as TA, Terrence Dixon. This was filed back in June. So, or was it, no, it might've been the end of July or the beginning of July or the end of June, whatever. But let's see. So the preliminary statement here is Roc Nation argues that Dixon's opposition to their motion to dismiss is disorganized, internally inconsistent, and conclusatory. So they claim it fails to cite specific paragraphs from the complaint or explain how these allegations support Roc Nation's involvement by any unlawful conduct, particularly under the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act or the Racketeering Act, RICO. So I think, from what I'm gathering here, they're like, what are you talking about? You're literally just naming Roc Nation because you want more money, and you know that my client, Fat Joe, is signed to Roc Nation. That's how I understand a lot of this. Let me know if you guys feel differently. I could talk about Shannon Sharpe as well. I can get there towards the end. It's interesting to me, the Shannon Sharpe. Just a little bit of a side note about that. It is kind of strange, I guess, that if you offer enough money, people will be like, okay, I guess I don't have to go to court. I guess that's justice. So I don't know how I feel about some of that. I'm not saying I don't know enough about Shannon Sharpe to be like, he's guilty, he's not, or, this woman. So I'll be perfectly honest. I really don't. However, I don't know. I feel like, sure, money is nice, right? But if somebody did something to me like that, I would want them to pay behind bars. I would want them to pay both ways. Sure, give me some money, and then I want you arrested and humiliated just like I was, that's what I would want. But yeah, so well, I can talk about that after, but I just want to be clear. I don't know enough about Shannon Sharpe or his accuser to be like one side or the other. I'm just talking as a whole. He named Roc Nation to trigger the insurance. Yeah, totally get it. But this is why I think that the judge will end up dismissing Roc Nation from this. Because number one, Alex Spiro, I mean, you do not cross this guy, guys. You really do not cross this lawyer. He is the best of the best. And I'll go on a little short tangent too. If you guys remember the Jay-Z lawsuit during the whole Diddy stuff, and it was the girl who said she was 13 and she was raped 3 times by Diddy, Jay-Z, and then a female like held her down. If you guys know that whole thing, I mean, I feel so bad. It is cringy. She lied. And Alex Spiro was able to document this binder calling out all of her lies. And listen, Dizzy, you might have remembered this, but I did a live stream about this one lawsuit when things were a little bit different. I wasn't trying to upset anybody. And I wasn't necessarily trying to, quote, believe all victims or believe all women. I was just trying to go over it and understand it. And I think that I do a good job of being respectful about these certain things, but I was going through it and I'm like, wait, she's 13, she said. And then she said that she was drugged, gang raped, and she just like probably bloody, whatever, out of it. And then she claims she walked out of Diddy's mansion, by the way, which was in New Jersey. So I looked up his address in New Jersey, which, I found, to the nearest gas station. Guys, that gas station was like a 55-minute walk. Okay. It wasn't close. I looked, on Google Maps. There were no stop or street lamps. So it was dark. She didn't have a cell phone. You're telling me she just found her way and just walked to a gas station? No. I mean, sorry. I don't think so. Paired with the fact that her dad didn't remember when she called. And also, I mean, me personally, you don't know what you would do in that situation. So it's hard to say, right? Really hard to say. But I have to think, from the way I tell my kids or talk to my kids, I'd be like, yo, run to the neighbor's house. I mean, if you see children in there, if you see run to the neighbor's house, ask if you can use the phone. I wouldn't take off walking. I mean, it was just so wild. So Alex Spiro put this binder together. Yeah, put everything. And then she did an interview with NBC and she's like, oh, I guess I don't remember everything. Then she came out and said she was autistic. And then I'm like, well, should I offer her some grace about, walking by herself? I don't know. But yeah, so he's amazing. And he will literally, if you are not being truthful, he will call you out on it. He will fix things, Alex Spiro. No, Dizzy, I totally get it. Yeah, Ashley, same. I felt like I did from the start. I felt like it might not have been totally truthful, right? Okay, so now Roc Nation's alleged role. Let me get this a little bit bigger. Alleged role. Okay. The alleged role here is described as managing Fat Joe, receiving a 10% management fee, and having, some kind of relationship with them, like a financial or accounting firm. And these are just ordinary business activities. Like they work together through their accounting firm because they get 10%. This is not any type of RICO. This is not any type of co-conspirator criminal activity here. They work together. They get 10% of their musician. Great. So Alex Spiro also cites a Rule 8 violation. So Roc Nation contends that Terrence Dixon's complaint violates the federal rule of Civil Procedure 8, which requires a short and plain statement of the claim. So they argue that the complaint is simply just confusing, and Dixon's attempt to simplify it with bullet points only highlights all of the deficiencies. They're basically saying, like, are you an idiot? Like, are you a second grader trying to fix this? This is so stupid. So again, specific allegations include Roc Nation's purported use and affiliated entities to route illicit payments. but the complaint lacks detailed support for these illicit payments and these claims. And Roc Nation pointed out, Spiro pointed out, that Dixon concedes that Fat Joe founded Sneaker Addict Touring LLC and that BDO routed payments at Fat Joe's direction, not Roc Nation. So it's like, what are we doing here? And now the TV PRA claim about the trafficking, Roc Nation argues that Dixon fails to state a claim under the TV PRA because there are no factual allegations suggesting Roc Nation was aware of, participated, or benefited in any way from a trafficking venture. The complaint doesn't provide a basis to confer that Roc Nation knew or should they have known. Dixon's claims that Roc Nation exercised control over his labor, travel, contracts, compensation, they're all contradicted by allegations that Fat Joe was responsible for all of this. So it sounds like he's really making no sense, like at all. And he's contradicting himself. And that is why Alex Spiro is so good. Let me go on just a little bit. Do I have that? Oh, shoot. I'm sharing a screen. Yes, here is the link. Yeah, if you guys want to see it yourself. I will get to Epstein. And yes, I saw that Mark Epstein was on Nancy. I need to reach out to her and text her. Oh my gosh. I know she records, but wouldn't that be the best live to tape calling Nancy Grace? She would be, oh my God. I feel like I have to do that one day. I really feel like I have to do it. Yes. What time is it? I know, oh shoot. She usually records until like noon, but that would be totally insane. Oh my gosh. Now you got me excited for maybe on a Friday, because I know she doesn't tape on Fridays. But oh, he was? Wait, where am I? Dizzy, can you get me his info? I so want to talk to him. Oh my gosh. But you know where I want to talk to him? I want to talk to him outside of East 66th Street, the building that he owns. Okay, we'll get there. Hold on. Let me get through this. Okay. So yes. Terrence Dixon and not Terrence Dixon and Tyrone Blackburn. It sounds like this lawsuit highly contradictive. If you're gonna blame something on Fat Joe, you can't also blame it on Roc Nation. So there's no evidence that Roc Nation participated in a trafficking venture. The allegations of coordinating business operations, overseeing accounting, and structuring payments through shell entities, they're vague and they don't tie Roc Nation to any trafficking activities. The RICO claim, Roc Nation basically asserts that Dixon's RICO claim is time barred and insufficiently pled. He alleges concealment of payments from 2005 to 2020, but Roc Nation is saying he should have been on inquiry notice much earlier due to red flags like cash payments or withheld contracts and financial hardships. And they claim that the RICO claim accrued in 2017, it expired in 2021. So Dixon, they're saying Dixon has failed to plead actionable predicate acts as a RICO enterprise, which obviously we are all familiar with now because of the Diddy trial. You got to have those co-conspirators and you got to have the predicate acts. And they've already crossed out the trafficking here, or it seems that way to me. Now the motion to strike, Dixon moved to strike portions of Roc Nation's motion to dismiss under Rule 12F. But Roc Nation argues that this is improper because Rule 12F applies only to pleadings, not motions. So it sounds like Dixon's like, okay, let me redo some of this, but he can't. He cannot. They also suggest that the court should consider Dixon's counsel's history of similar litigation tactics, which they imply are aimed at high-profile defendants, and this is me saying this, not them, for a payday. Okay? Do you guys agree with that? I hate saying that, but I do feel like I might agree. And Justin, I think, oh, you're so funny. Dizzy, you'll try. Okay, you know what? I can get the contact from Nancy. It's totally fine. Don't even worry, Dizzy. I got it. You're so funny. No, I get it. Some people don't want to share their very good sources. Totally understand that. That makes sense. So Diddy wasn't sentenced yet, Justin. He was sent back to jail to await his sentencing in October. If you ask lawyers, right, who will just emotions out of it, conviction alone, prostitution convictions here, they will tell you that no, it was not fair that Diddy was sent back to jail on a prostitution conviction alone. They'll tell you that. Not fair. That doesn't happen to anyone. However, I think it was a little bit complicated because there was letters from Chef Jordana and Cassie, and the defense had said that he was violent and in their own words. And so they just said, the judge kind of said, how am I going to let him out when he's violent and this and that? So he's got to go back. So then, and I went over this on a previous stream, he then asked both the government and the defense to cite sentencing cases or guidelines based on prostitution convictions alone. No arguments, just cite these cases. So I think he realizes he can't over sentence Diddy just because of public opinion or just because, something that he did in the past that he was not convicted of or not on trial for. I think he realizes that probably is not a good look for him as a judge, a federal judge. So hopefully that answers your question. Now, what is it? Saw this somewhere, thought I might share. What did you see? I didn't see anything. You think, oh yeah, that. Okay, we'll talk about that. Don't worry, we'll talk about that. Oh my gosh, Derek, you love Lil Durks. Okay, I wish I lived in LA for this, but Derek is so funny. I'm gonna look at this. I promise. You kill me. You are so funny. Is anyone else interested in Lil Durks? Because Derek really is. You're sure the state is coming for the diddler? I've heard that too. I mean, I've heard that too. We talked about that with Joe Jack alone, that possibly the feds would kick down some kind of state case. I mean, who knows? So Dizzy is following Lil Durks. Okay, got it. All right. So, okay, let's just go back to this. Now, the conclusion here is Roc Nation requests that the court grant their motion to dismiss with prejudice, arguing that every element of Dixon's claims lacks factual support, and that amendment it would just be futile, basically. So they're asking the court to deny Dixon's motion to strike. Oh, sorry. They also asked about, sorry, I was reading my notes. So listen, and we know at this point that what's his face, Joe Tacopina, who is Fat Joe's lawyer, has already submitted a defamation suit to Tyrone Blackburn and Terrence. And yeah, Tyrone ran over the whatchamacallit, this process server. I don't know if you guys, we talked about this on a live, but I actually looked up, by the way. Let me share this tab instead. I wanted to see what was going to happen with Tyrone. What am I doing? So we can, why did I just do that? I'm such an idiot. Okay, sorry. There's something I wanted to, okay. Case details, case summary. Now, did I just show you? Hold on. I wanted to find out when he was going to court next. Sorry, this is Luigi Mangione, in case you're interested in that too. I will be covering that too. And there is some stuff going on with that. And I probably should talk about that. God, there's so much. I feel like there's so much. But I wanted to check on really quick on Tyrone. That was my whole point here. Case details. Why does it keep doing that? Sorry, guys. Case details. Because it's funny that he was going to, Tyrone was going to Kings County, which is Brooklyn. Let me see. Wait, tell me what's a valid concern again? Tell me what that is, the valid concern. Okay, e-courts. Okay, let's look up Tyrone, web criminal. All right, here we go. Defendant name, Tyrone Blackburn. Let's see. Okay. So it says, can you guys see this? Okay. appearance date. Oh, he doesn't go back to court until October for this. So he appears, King's Criminal Court in Brooklyn, 9 a.m. And his lawyer, David Raskin. Oh, so he got his own defense attorney. He's not even pro se, Tyrone. Huh. I wonder if he thinks that something is, or I don't know. Wow. That's kind of interesting. That's so interesting. Oh my goodness. Hold on. What is this again? How is Ghislaine and Cassie different? Supposedly Diddy had minors and orgies that Cassie didn't mention. Cassie, like Ghislaine, record. Yeah, it's so. I mean, what you're saying, Nicole, is very as far as like the Cassie Diddy stuff, that was never brought up in court. Like that was just not a thing, I guess. So if this is the court of public opinion, I totally get what you're saying, because a lot of people are still like, what about the minors? We know there were minors when it came to Diddy and this and that. It just wasn't proven. And also, you know, when the government approached Cassie, who knows, maybe they said, you will have immunity and we will not talk about any of this stuff that happened because you were groomed, or, you know, we need you to spearhead this case against him because clearly their case hinged on that video and freaking baby oil. I mean, you know, I don't know. That's a thought. Yeah. So nothing went, Nicole. And this is what I'm saying here. So that exactly, that wasn't said in court at all. So it's part of the civil suit, sure, but we haven't gone through all the civil suits. I mean, one of the civil suits against Diddy, April Lampros, that was just dismissed. So I want to say that if I'm being completely just unbiased, you know, whatever, things are going well for him in terms of that stuff, because I think the judges at this point are really looking into some of these civil suits, because they're like, wait, well, why didn't this come up? Why didn't that come up in court, in criminal court? It's weird. You look at Lil Rod and you're like, why did so much of this not happen? Why did we not talk about this? So yeah, I don't know. So Justin, and so Usher filed a civil suit. Am I missing that? I might have missed that. I don't know. I didn't see a civil suit, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Let's see. So yeah, so he doesn't go back to court, Tyrone Blackburn, until October, and he has a defense attorney. So that's interesting. You know, I really want to get, I think, so my friend that I used to work with on the radio, he's very good friends with Joe Tacopina. I'm going to call him right now and see if I can get Joe's number. Let's see. Hold on. Hey, would you be so kind to send me Joe Tacopina's number or contact? I feel like I have a lot to discuss. Where do I start? I mean, I'd like to discuss Fat Joe and ASAP. But do you guys remember Joe Tacopina represented Joran Vandersloot? Ugh, I don't like that. Yeah, he's disgusting. Nicole, but seriously, please, if you have some of these links, please send them to me or send them to Dizzy, because I want to see them. I might have missed them. Listen, I miss a lot. There's always so much going on. So anyway, the next Lil Rod and let's look that up right now. Let's see when that is happening. And let me see the next. Yeah, so this was July 14th, not July 7th, the motion to dismiss Roc Nation. So there's no hearings in the docket as of right now when it comes to Fat Joe or Roc Nation, but we'll check after. Oh, you do? You have Tacopina's? I just don't want to call him like out of the blue. I want someone to be like, hey, Lauren's gonna call you. So he's not like, who are you? Or maybe give him a heads up about me. Sid, you better do this for me. Yeah, okay. So let me look up the next Lil Rod Diddy hearing, because I should go to that. I bet that would be really interesting. Rodney Jones. Rodney Jones. Is that how his name would be? I don't even remember. Guys, would it be something else? Because there's a lot of like weird. Let me know. Dizzy, do you know if is it under Rodney Jones? Because now I'm like, if I go to Sean Combs, it's going to be like a million. Well, I could go to Sean Combs, but let me go to Rod. Let's see. Nope, not Rod. Not Rod. I'll just go to Sean Combs then and see what's going on. Clayton Howard versus Sean Combs. Ronald Ermit versus Sean Combs. Oh my gosh, there are so many here. Oh, is that him, Ronald Ermit? Is that? No, that would be not Rod. Going back to the chat. Yeah, Rodney Jones. What the hell? It wasn't showing up. That's so strange. I don't understand that. Let me see. Okay, I'll type both their names in one more time to see if they're there. Gosh. Rodney Jones, Sean Combs. Dizzy, if you find it before me, let me know. Oh, here it is. Jones versus Combs. Okay, I got it. Okay, let's see. I'll share this tab. Make sure you can all see this. Oh, okay. Jane Doe versus Donald Trump. Okay, I need to find this one. Is this Jane Doe? Somebody told me, and this could be totally false, but they said that this Jane Doe, they got her real name. And my husband's like, I'll send you the article. Cause like my husband, I don't trust him sometimes when he's like reading stuff. Like he gets, I don't know, he gets like tricked and he gets these weird articles and he's like, she disappeared off the face of the earth. I'm like, really? Okay, well, send it to me. He never did, but I'm curious. But let's see here. Okay, so the next, going down. Oh boy. July 21st, order on motion to appear. Okay, that was yesterday. Shoot. But there's nothing there yet. So there was a hearing yesterday. Oh, did Inner City Press go to that? Does anybody know? Let me check. Inner City Press. Let's see. Because usually he's pretty good about going there. Inner City Press. From yesterday. Oh, hold on. Oh, Sid's calling me. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hey, Sid. Okay. So, sorry, I'm actually on a live stream right now. I'm just I don't have you on speaker, but I just want his phone number to call him and just set up some kind of interview, meeting, whatever, just to discuss for me. Yes. Yes, for me. Yes. You're the best. You're the best. You're the best. Just so he knows I'm going to be calling him. Okay, love you too. Bye. You're the best. Bye. Okay, perfect. He said he's going to call him and be like, yes, Lauren's going to call you. And so that's Sid Rosenberg. I don't know if you guys know him. He is the host of Sid and Friends in the morning on WABC radio. I used to be his entertainment reporter back in 2021 before I got fired. So yeah, but Sid's cool. His daughter babysits for us. He's great. He's somebody, by the way, who just does not give an F. He does not give a flying F. He just says it like it is. He is also, oh my gosh, he's actually good friends with Wendy Williams as well. And I am obsessed with her. And I really want to talk to Wendy Williams at some point. Guys, I think Wendy Williams was one of the most entertaining interviewers ever to walk this earth, like literally ever. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you, Dizzy. Thank you so much. That's perfect. That'll be perfect. And then when Sid makes that intro, that's great. So let's just look to see if Matt Russell covered anything with Lil Rod as of yesterday. It doesn't look like it. He did some lively Baldoni stuff, which is interesting me less and less these days lately. Weird. Very, very weird. Well, since yes, Wendy was, I just literally love her so much. Okay, so really quick, just because let's just close the loop on Diddy really quick. I did want to call Diddy's friend Charlucci out of the blue. So Charlucci Finney is Diddy's very good friend from childhood. I want to just get an update on what's going on, maybe what he thinks is happening with Diddy in jail and MDC. And Charlucci is also, I think he's Justin's godfather. So maybe we can get an update on what's going on with Justin in that lawsuit as well. So we'll quickly call him and then we'll move on to Epstein. Oh, Sid just said I just spoke to him. Okay, that's great. He said, call him anytime. Oh, amazing. Wait, I wonder if should I call Joe Tacopina on, maybe we'll do that after. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Okay. So first, let's just call Charlucci, close the Diddy loop. And maybe he'll have an update on Lil Rod. Who knows? Tory Lanez. Ooh. You guys can hear the ringer. Let's see. Oh, what if he doesn't answer? Yeah, I didn't see an update on Lil Rod either. Oh, yes, let's do that. Hello?
Please leave your message for.
Okay. All right, let's call Joe Tacopina. All right, let's just call him right now since he just spoke to him. I'm nervous. Because I've never spoken to him before, you guys. Calling him. My hands are like shaky. He's not going to answer. What I'll do is I'll text. I'll be like,
your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Whoa, that was kind of a creepy voicemail. Okay, so we're not having, okay, let me just text him and say, hi, Joe. This is Sid's friend, Lauren Conlin. Let me know if you can give me a quick call back, just 5 minutes or so. And then you know what I'll do? I'm just going to send him like my ex or something so he knows that I'm a real person, right? I never know what to send people to be like, who are you? What do you do? I'm just like, I don't know. This is me. Okay. Text is out. Academics scared of Lil Rod doing any more interviews. Oh, yeah. And I have like a weird 603 area code, New Hampshire. So it could be that too. What do you mean he's scared of him doing any more interviews? I'll call academics right now too. And we can get, oh, you have it. Okay, Dizzy, you have another. So I think what I have is his cell phone. I think that is his office, the 212. Hey, April. Oh my gosh, I feel like you missed a lot so far. Let me text Charlucci and be like, call in a minute, call when you can, call back when you can. Great. Now, either I'll get no calls back or everybody will call back. Let me put this on Ringer. Okay. Tory Lanez needs to be discussed as well. So much to cover. Oh my gosh, this summer has been one for the record. I know there is a lot, and I'm not as up to date on that. I mean, I know what happened and everything, but let me go back. Yeah, Sid talked to him. He knows that he knows that I'm somebody or I'm not like a rando, but Yeah, no, academics was amazing. I thought he did actually great journalism on that interview with Lil Rod. So should we call academics really quick, or should we go into Epstein? Because let's see. Yeah, I think we're on this. I think we should call academics really quick to see what the deal with Lil Rod is. I'm just afraid, like, if Joe calls in, because now I'm super curious if Wendy Williams did hire Joe Tacopina and what's going on. Like, I want to know all about that. All right, let me see. Let's call Ack, shall we? What does chat say? Yeah, he's back. Okay, I'll call him. This is fun. I like doing this. Maybe we should change the name of this show to like live to tape, where I just like call, like, yeah. Okay.
Sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up.
What are you doing? Why did I just go?
Sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voice.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna text him and say, I just tried to call you, bro. Because he just texted me at 9:32. Oh, that was an hour ago. Okay. Just tried calling you. Yeah, phone is off. What's going on? Oh, you think his phone is dead? Charge your phone, man. No, we need to get this scoop here from all these people. He's not scared. But you know what? This is funny, because now if I keep doing the show like this, we'll get this I'll get this reputation of probably calling people when they are least expecting it, which could actually end up being really funny. Oh, well, I see what you're saying. Academics scare Lil Rod to the point where he won't do any more interviews. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'll call him one more time. I said, just tried calling you. And it said, oh, is he streaming right now? Because it said delivered quietly. So maybe he's doing a stream right now, and maybe he needs to pause and he needs to just talk to me on this call right now. So yeah, right? Let's see. Okay. So I wanted to just go through, by the way, I wanted to play, since I think we should go into the Epstein stuff really, really quickly. Because, and you know, we'll start here. Basically, I will put up a new, whatchamacallit. Where is this lawsuit? Or actually, it's not really a lawsuit. It's a criminal complaint. And some of you may have seen this, but a man has been arrested, or is being charged with threatening to kill everybody on the Epstein list and all of the Epstein political apologists. Now, listen, I understand this guy's behavior. You know, I'll go through some of this. Obviously, intellectually, I know this guy's behavior is crazy, and it's dangerous, and it's scary. But I am being snarky. I am being very snarky to the DOJ because it's just funny to think about. Yeah, his phone is not on. It's on Do Not Disturb. You're right. Focus. Do not disturb. Keep that in mind when you talk to someone and don't want a call coming through. Okay. Yeah. What? Sorry. Is that what that means? If a call gets delivered quietly, I actually don't even know that. Also, I like, how do I say this? Like, I think I'm one of those people that's like, oh no, I'm aware, but I'm going to keep calling. No, I'm half kidding. But yeah, so I am aware that this individual, oh, it's Joe. Hey, Lauren, sure. Can we do it a little later? We can. Yes, of course. It's Joe Tacopina. I am on a live stream, and my chat had some questions about Wendy Williams and let me see. What were we talking about? God. And Fat Joe. I do a live. Sorry guys, this is funny. If he would just call it now, I'd be like, yes. So I usually just chat for 5 minutes. So hopefully he's so nice. He said, "Oh, I know who you are, Lauren." What? What? How? Wait, this is the best. Oh my gosh. Wait, are we getting? Okay, he said, "Sure. So if you could possibly, so if you could spare, hold on. Now I'm like nervously like, la, la, la. So if you could spare a few minutes now, listen, I'm not giving up. Spare a minute or two now, that would be swell. No, not swell. Idiot. That would be, what am I, what am I blanking? Why am I so nervous? That would be great. Or just ping me. Oh, okay. Call you as soon as possible. I am in the gym and it's a bit loud. Okay, amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh my gosh, you're the best. You're the best. We will be waiting. Okay, spread the word, guys. Joe Tacopina is going to call in to promote that you're going to call in. I promise won't take up too much of your time. Wow. Too much of your time. You better bench press. Is that a thing? Bench press? You better bench press. What am I doing? I'm so stupid. Like, what's wrong with me sometimes? Like, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to be cute. I'm trying to like, you better bench press my weight. No. Stupid or what? That's stupid. No. You better bench press. Great. He can see the dots and I sound like an idiot. Hurry, help me, please, 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 you guys. What's a cute thing to say? You better bench. I'm not flirting. I'm just trying to like be, stop texting. Okay, fine. Okay, I promise. You know what? That we'll be waiting, and I'm going to promote that you're going to call in. I promise I won't take too much of your time. So excited. There we go. All right, that's what I needed. Great. Stop texting, Lauren. That's what I needed. Okay. Great. He's going to think I'm flirting with him. I mean, I think that sometimes it's fine if it's like light and it's not like, what am I looking for? It's not like, I don't know. I feel like I have that personality anyway, where I'm kind of friendly and I guess that can be construed as flirtatious. I feel like my mom is like that too. We're just very friendly people. Not so much my sister, because my sister is very quiet and shy. But my mom and I are more like, and we're touchy. We're like, I don't know, whatever. Take it or leave it. But okay, so he's gonna call. Type in some questions you guys want to know about Wendy. If you want to know anything about Fat Joe, I want to know some tea about Tyrone. I want the details too about like what happened. So, okay. So this, while we're waiting, again, going back to Epstein and everything. Oh, let me hide this. You're gonna think going back to Epstein and everything. I just think that this is so interesting here that we are. The DOJ, the criminal division of the DOJ is like, yeah, he's threatening people on the Epstein list, and there is no list. That's me being snarky. Fine, I understand how it works. This is what he said. He said, "Well, Grok, you're wrong. Everyone involved, if I see them in real life, I will kill them on sight. Blah, 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 blah. I will kill everyone on the list on sight, and they deserve it." And then he said, "Every Epstein apologist, kid effer, do not know my name, never meet me in public." Yeah, this is crazy. Totally agree. Kill them all. Yeah, bad. Really bad. And this is him. This is him. And I agree. Like, he should be investigated 100%, because that is a little terrifying. But again, I'm just being snarky towards the DOJ here, because I think this is crazy. And I don't know if you guys also saw, but they released all of the Martin Luther King files as well, I think last night. And in my opinion, they were doing this to distract us once again. Once again, they were doing this. So I don't know how how long they're gonna continue this charade with kind of saying, okay, look over here. There's something shiny. There's something shiny. Yeah, I don't know how long they're gonna be doing that. So you know, let's see. I'm just pulling up Joe right there. Okay. So also, yeah, I know we talked about Tyrone, and I'll ask Joe about that as well. But Dizzy, I'm just gonna. I think you sent me a message or something on X, maybe that I haven't checked yet. Okay. Oh. Oh, I don't. Oh, it's okay, Dizzy. I don't pay attention to drama. I'm sorry that that's happening. Whatever. I don't know. You can tell me about it later. I've heard about YouTube drama, to be honest, and it's never yeah, I got it. I got it. It's never really been my thing, I guess, and I guess it's sometimes I guess it's fun to sort of see drama from afar, but I would never really get involved in drama or and I don't know if you guys noticed this about me, but I don't really clap back to trolls on Twitter as well. For whatever reason, yesterday, my daughter was sick and she woke me up all night with a stuffy nose and I couldn't sleep. Finally, at like 5 in the morning, I'm like, all right, I'm up. And I was just so tired. And I saw some troll retweeted my live to tape with Rudy when I was like holding the phone like this in the microphone. And he said something like, her holding the microphone like this is all you need to know. I didn't even know what that meant. I don't even know if it was a dig, whatever. But something inside me, again, I never do this. I literally just wrote back. It wasn't even bad. I just wrote back, like I was holding the phone into the microphone, genius. And that was all. That's all I said. So, and that was my version of a clap back. And that was like the most I've ever kind of clapped back. And yeah, then Dizzy chimed in and she was a little more aggressive. But yeah, when I did that also, like I didn't feel good about myself after I said that. And I don't really think I said anything horrible, but I just didn't, I don't think that it's just not me. So anyway, yeah, I don't really pay attention to all that stuff. But so Alan Dershowitz, once again, he has been, oh, you just shared on X. Okay. No, thank you so much. That's really nice. And we do love you, Dizzy. Oh my gosh. Don't we love Dizzy? She's amazing. Gosh, so amazing. She would Dizzy would do anything for anybody. I don't like that. But anyway, so Alan Dershowitz has been saying that Ghislaine Maxwell needs to be granted house arrest. He's been very vocal about defending her here. So let me pull up just a clip right now. I want to pull up a video clip about what he said recently about her. And, it's kind of making me think like he feels a little bit guilty here, Alan Dershowitz. I if I had to guess, but Alan Dershowitz, how do I say this? He let's see, said, what time do you make? Maybe the next 30 to 45. Okay, Alan Dershowitz, not a video. Yeah, not a video. Nah, just phone is fine. I'm gonna say sticks up for Ghislaine because that's what I feel like is happening. He is sticking up for Ghislaine. I really feel that way. So I'm gonna pull up one of the videos one of the interviews he's recently done, but I do feel like Joe is gonna call any minute. Where is it? Alan Dershowitz Ghislaine. Okay. 19 hours ago. Okay, she should testify before Congress. He says on CNN, he said the same thing. I'll play a smaller.
This sounds like a minefield.
It is a minefield. So it's a minefield that has to be gone through very carefully. President Trump is right when he says you don't just release information about accusations. Some of them may be false. Look, I have my own experience. I was accused, and then the woman admitted that she may have mistaken me or confused me or misidentified me and withdrew her accusation, her lawsuit. So that may have happened in other cases as well. So we know that there are lawyers who have profited from this, and there are profited from this, and so we have to be very careful. But I think the answer is to
What do you
release
mean lawyers
everything,
that profited?
everything. From day one, the day I was
Their
first
clients?
accused, I said release everything. I waive all confidentiality, all privacy. Let it all be out there.
Right.
Let the public decide who's telling the truth.
So the grand jury testimony is just a small fraction of the Epstein documents. There are bank records, phone records, surveillance records, flight logs, interview notes, even Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy report. All of that remains under seal right now. Why?
It shouldn't. There's no reason to keep the autopsy under seal. The flight logs have all been released, and they don't show anything incriminating. You know, they show obviously people like Bill Gates and Bill Clinton. And
I believe that about the flight logs, don't you? They've never shown anything incriminating, and the DOJ has been so like, oh yeah, we'll release those, no problem at all. Like, duh, because there's nothing on there. I mean, everybody flew on his plane. All the billionaires flew on his plane.
Presidents of Harvard and other people on his plane, inevitably, and his lawyers were all on his plane, but they don't show them on his plane with young people or on the way to Thailand or anything like that. So we have to be careful to distinguish between evidence of acquaintanceships. I knew Epstein. I was his lawyer. Bill Gates knew him. Fidel Castro knew him. And obviously Donald Trump knew him, but we all terminated our relationship. Most of us did. Bill Gates didn't, but I did, and others did, as soon as the legal proceedings were over in the first case. So just because somebody's name is associated with Epstein doesn't in any way imply guilt. And so we have to be very careful what conclusions we draw.
There is a move to have Epstein's collaborator, Ghislaine Maxwell, testify before Congress. She says she's willing to do it. There are several Republican senators today calling on Congress to bring her in. Do you think she should testify?
Absolutely. She knows everything. I mean, she is everything. I know a lot, but I know what he told me. I was his lawyer, and I can't reveal stuff that he told me in confidence, but there are no great deep dark secrets. But she knows everything. She's known him for, I don't know, close to half a century. She was his girlfriend. She was the one who arranged all the trips and travel.
Yeah, we
all
know.
the people who went to the island, who went to the house, who went to the place in New Mexico, who went to his place in Paris. So she's the key to everything, and there's no reason why they shouldn't give her use immunity, which means she can still be prosecuted if she commits perjury, but she would then have to testify about everything, and she should.
In the meantime, President Trump today is threatening to sue Rupert Murdoch over the Wall Street Journal reporting last night that President Trump, way back in, I think, the year 2000, may have drawn, according to the Wall Street Journal, some sort of racy picture with a funny body note attached to it. This was, by the way, according to the Wall Street Journal, 3 years before Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for having sex with minors. You were also reported in this Wall Street Journal story to have written a note for the birthday photo album. Do you remember any of this? Do you remember what you wrote? Did the Wall Street Journal have its facts straight when it included you in that part of the story?
Well, when they called me, they at least called me. They didn't apparently call President Trump. They called me, and I said, well...
No, they did call President Trump. He denied it to them, but then they went on with it anyway, but they did call him.
Well, what I said is I have no recollection. It's 23 years ago. It was 2002, I think, his 50th birthday.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and down.
News Nation, they were just getting to the good part. Oh my gosh. Hi, Madeline. Wait, did Mark Epstein file a pro se lawsuit this weekend? I mean, I'm assuming that, yeah, that sounds that sounds like he should have, but why, I guess, why wait this long? But also there's a lot going on right now. So it kind of makes sense. And actually, wasn't it, whatchamacallit, Dizzy, wasn't it Linda's husband, Dr. Bodden, who came out and said that Jeffrey Epstein, the way the ligature marks on his neck were, the way that his neck, these just, they weren't suicide. It wasn't suicide at all. And this is, again, is Dr. Bodden is one of the most respected, what is he, a pathologist or death investigator, pathologist, I think pretty much in the whole space. So yeah, he came out and said that. So I believe it. And also so my friend Ori, who sometimes comes in this chat, he actually introduced me to a prison guard, a former prison guard that he knew when he was at MDC. And she said that they had a lot of the same protocols, at MDC that they had at MCC, which is now closed. And thank you, Sheila, forensic pathologist. A lot of the same protocols. But I think to really understand that jail and to understand what happened, we got to get someone that actually worked there, not just like, a similar jail, really. They're not letting Mark see anything. He was, oh my gosh, that's crazy. They're not letting him see anything. It's so wild, but I guess, that makes sense when it comes down to it. It's like, we're not owed anything. Law enforcement owes us nothing. And I think that's some of the toughest things to grapple with here. It's like when you have a child missing or a crime is committed and it's affecting someone in your family, the police, they don't have to tell you anything. They don't have to share anything with you because truthfully, everyone is a suspect until, your kid is found or until your spouse is found. So they don't have to tell you anything. And I can imagine that is just so frustrating. And yeah, those 3 minutes, 6, totally. That is so sketchy. And also, did you guys see the fact that what's his name, Hernandez and the Eaton Pats child murder from the 70s is getting a new trial? That is so crazy. Dizzy and I were talking about that. I mean, it's just wild. It's like the system sometimes is so frustrating that it's hard to swallow. I can't imagine the fact that this guy's Miranda rights may have not been read before a confession. It's terrible. So let's see. There's people on the files that are too important to the safety of the country. There were scientists on, yeah, totally. There's a lot there. There's so many things that we can, we can sort of speculate about and why we think they're not releasing them. Totally get it. But yeah, you're funny. Matt says guilty until proven innocent. That's really funny. I mean, look, technically, legally, that's not the way it goes, but I totally get what you're saying. And now I really want Mark Epstein. Oh my goodness. Let me go back up into and something else that is actually interesting. So, tomorrow I'm just going back to the city for a couple of things because there's a crypto hearing and that will be, they're going to decide through evidence if these guys can get out on bail or not. And then after that, I'm doing a special on Fox, or maybe Fox Nation. I don't have all the details about the sentencing, the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 sentencing. And I think it's so interesting that Donald Trump spoke out. Like, he doesn't really comment on, I would say, like true crime or these criminal cases like this unless it involves an illegal and it's sort of, part of the mainstream agenda. So I was really surprised to hear him speak out. And I was also, I was kind of happy about it as well. But this is what he said. Let me switch this. All right, Joe. I keep looking at my phone just to make sure Joe didn't call. And let me take this banner down. So this is what President Trump said about Kohberger. He said, Brian Kohberger, who was responsible in Idaho for the deaths of 4 wonderful young souls, has made a plea bargain deal in order to avoid the death penalty. These were vicious murders with so many questions left unanswered. While life imprisonment is tough, it's certainly better than receiving the death penalty. But before sentencing, I hope the judge makes Kohberger, at a minimum, explain why he did these horrible murders. There are no explanations. There is nothing. People were shocked that he was able to plea bargain, but the judge should make him explain what happened. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't know if the judge can necessarily make him do anything at this point. I think they would have had to work all of that out when he was, making this plea bargain, or when his attorneys were making the plea bargain. So it is really unfortunate. But I personally think Brian, well, you said this, Sherry, did he take the plea so his family, his mother, et cetera, wouldn't have to go through a public trial? I mean, that would indicate that he has human feelings. I'm not convinced he has those yet, but maybe, sure. I just think he wants to be famous. I think he was obsessed with serial killers. I think he wants letters. I think he wants a girlfriend. I think he wants to be worshipped like some sick, twisted people worship serial killers. That's what I think. My opinion, I could definitely be wrong, but yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to watch. And we haven't heard anything else from his parents, but it's going to be, I mean, the sentencing hearing, I sometimes can't watch these because they upset me so much. And I put this the other day on my Twitter. I'll find it, because this was, and I don't know if you guys saw it, but this was probably the most heartbreaking, one of the most heartbreaking sentencing or victim impact statements, at a sentencing. And it was Jeffrey Dahmer. I put this up on all of my socials because I really was just like, oh my gosh, she was just so real. And just her cries at the end as they're escorting her out, it completely broke me. Here it is. Let me see. You guys let me pull it up, but you have to watch this. If it doesn't affect you, I don't know.
Older sister of Errol Lindsay, whatever your name is, Satan, I'm mad. This is how you act when you are out of control. I don't want to ever see my mother have to go through this again. Never, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I hate you, mother. I hate you. Something's out of control. Don't, Jeffrey, I kill you. God damn it. Look at me, mother. I can kill you.
What's your name, sir?
I can kill you.
Listen to her cry at the end. So sad.
Older sister of Errol Lindsay, whatever your name is, Satan.
I'm playing it again.
I'm mad. This is how you act.
I love her.
When you are out of control.
I love her.
I don't want to ever see my mother have to go through this again. Never, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I hate you, mother. I hate you. Something's out of control. Don't, Jeffrey, I kill you. God damn it. Look at me, mother. I can kill you.
What's your name, sir?
I can kill you.
I won't play it again. Yeah. And then let me just I'll play one more crazy sentencing really quick, because this was, I know you guys will know this one. This one is, can you see this one?
Judge, would a distraught father have a chance to say something?
Go ahead, sir.
You son of a...
No, we don't want to swear. We don't want to have profanity. I can't imagine the anger,
sentencing,
and the anxiety, and
ahead
the
of
feeling
Kohberger.
of wanting retribution. And if you need to say something to help you, I'm more than willing to let you say
three of his
something.
daughters.
But in a courtroom, we don't use profanity. But if you have some words that you would like to say, I would like to give you the opportunity to say
I would ask you to, as part of this sentencing, to grant me 5 minutes in a locked room with this demon
Like no one's laughing.
I have
Would you do that?
that is not
Yes
how
or
our.
no?
No, sir, I can't.
Would you give me
do that.
1 minute?
You know that I can't do that. That's not how our legal system.
Well, I'm gonna have to get
Yep. This one, and then I have one more favorite. If you could not see this, oh my god. No, there's one more that I have that's a favorite, and it's horrible for me to say, but I'll just search it.
1 minute.
Relax, sir. Relax. Take it easy, buddy. Just relax.
You guys might know this one. You might know this one. I don't want to go like, here it is. So this is Gary Plauché. I always post about this on Father's Day. Oh no, has it been restricted? No, I am of age. Listen, I am of age, but I always post this one on Father's Day. Oh man. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Doucette, a karate instructor.
Okay, so I actually interviewed Jody Plauché, his son, Jody. He was kidnapped by his karate instructor, taken to like California. And when they finally tracked this guy down, his kidnapper, Jeff Doucette, which by the way, the family was like completely just like torn up over because they trusted this guy. He was like a family friend. They trusted him to, you know, take their kids to the movies after karate. Everybody loved this guy. And Jody is like the sweetest man now. So I did an interview with him, but this video went viral, obviously. Jody wrote a book, and every year on Father's Day, everyone's like, it's Gary Plauché Day, because look at what this guy did. And also because like Gary Plauché basically got like probation and time served. And I'm sorry, but that would literally never happen now. And it happens all the time where parents like retaliate because something happens to their children, right? And then the parents are the ones that are charged and get in all this trouble. You're not completely blind, Sheldon. The first video of the lady, her brother, Errol Lindsay, was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein, her little brother. And she was doing her victim impact statement. And Errol Lindsay, he had one of the most yes, Aaron Spencer, totally. We should talk about that after. But Errol Lindsay, Jeffrey Dahmer did something, he did something horrible to all of his victims, but this was especially heartbreaking because he drilled a hole in his head and then he poured hydrochloric acid in it. And then Errol Lindsay actually came to and woke up, okay? And then while he was like totally awake, because he did this when he was drugged, while he was awake, he re-drilled like another hole. It's the most horrible thing. And Errol Lindsay was said to be like a mama's boy. His mom loved him. So yeah, I see why his sister went totally crazy. And yes, I know. We don't even have to go there. It's so crazy. And yeah, I don't know why I know all this horrible, morbid knowledge, but it's just up there in this brain that doesn't sleep. But let me just show you guys this video. And then hopefully Joe knows to call because I'm like sitting here just so nervous. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this is Gary Plauché. So yes, Jeff Doucette gets caught, gets arrested. This is back when airports had no security. So they're bringing this guy through the airport. I think it's Baton Rouge, Louisiana, that airport maybe. And Gary Plauché comes out of nowhere, and you'll see what happens if you don't already know.
Had abducted 11-year-old Jody Plauché several weeks earlier and taken him to California. When Jody was rescued and returned to his family, his father Gary was coping with reports that Doucette had sexually assaulted his son.
Yep.
We didn't know what to do. You just feel helpless.
That's the dad.
10 days later, when the police flew Doucette back to face trial, Gary Plauché was waiting with a gun.
As the suspect came through the airport, I readied my camera, raised it up to get a close-up shot of him. So I got a close-up shot, and as he got parallel to me,
Yep.
Gary Plauché shoots and kills him. Gary, why? Gary, why? And to this day, it stands out in my mind. The shooter, Gary Plauché, says, if it had been your child, you would have done the same thing.
And that's what Jody's book is actually called. It's called Why, Gary, Why. And I read it. It's a great book.
Too.
Today, Abram McGull is an assistant U.S. attorney and views that tape through the eyes of a federal prosecutor.
I would have to say the videotape was the most ideal witness in this case. You can actually see him take the gun out of his boot, pull it up to the shoulder level of Jeff Doucette, and pull the trigger and shoot him.
Yet Plauché, after pleading no contest to manslaughter, got off with only 5 years probation.
Sorry. Isn't it obvious why? The guy shouldn't be a prosecutor. I know. I totally get that. Yeah. So did you hear that? He got off with probation. And dude, that Court TV logo is wild there. Oh my goodness. That is so wild. All right. Well, so while we're waiting on Joe to call back, let's try academics one more time to see if he can give us, because he literally just texted me. So I'm wondering here why. Let's see. Just for a minute. So basically at 11:05, I just told Joe to call within 45 minutes. So hopefully he will. And look at us going strong. We're going strong on a 2-hour stream. I'm really hoping I can continue and just keep this up Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we can get all the information, all the tea from everybody. And I also have another case, by the way, that I want to turn you guys on to. And I just got some more information from DCPI about this. It's a New York City criminal case. And I'm hoping that I can be the one to bring this to you all. And that when it finally, or hopefully it goes to trial, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, Lauren told me about this. And now I know all about it. And now everyone's talking about it. But she was the only one talking about it before. All right, let's just see one more time. No, it's off. All right, fine. And Charlucci did not, I just said call back when you can. All right, so while we're waiting, should I call Charlucci again? What do you guys think? Just to see what's going on with the diddler. Oh, also, this was funny, I thought. Maybe not funny, but let me pull this up. So my mom, she found, or was it, I don't even know who, somebody sent me this, share this tab. So I did this episode of Nancy Grace. It was like kind of like a week, post-week Diddy in jail. And I thought it was just funny because it says, is Diddy releasing an album through behind bars? Anything can be done through prison, reporter says. Well, that's me. I'm the reporter. And Nancy had just asked a question like, do you think, there's rumors that Kanye and Diddy are going to record music and while Diddy's in jail, is that possible? And, my answer was, well, there it is. You can really do anything in prison or in jail because, and I was thinking of Suge Knight. And I was just like, yeah, Suge Knight has a podcast in jail. He's constantly, I didn't say Cuomo, but he's constantly on Cuomo. He does everything through jail. So why would we not think that, Diddy couldn't do things the same way? Also, Kanye is already recording music with Christian Combs. And I don't know if you guys heard that song. I'm blanking on the name, but there's a line that he said, Christian Combs said, and he said, it's like give me grace, even Nancy. He actually said that. And I had told Nancy, I texted her about that. And I said, oh my gosh, I just heard a song and Christian Combs dropped your name. And it wasn't bad. I actually expected it to be worse. And she goes, oh my stars. Like she was so surprised, so surprised. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting article. And then, there was something else that I didn't love about this. Nancy is a legend. So I don't know much about the website Sportskita. And I tried to look up who owns them, you know, whatever, but they made this headline, and I will share this. I didn't love this headline because I never ever said this. Never said this in a million years. Lauren Conlin thinks Diddy will be found guilty of trafficking Cassie and violating the Mann Act, which would lead the rapper to life in prison. I literally, so I'll tell you what they took this off of, and it kind of bothers me because, again, I never said that. I was tweeting during Verdict Watch, and you'll see this tweet and why they said this headline. On Tuesday, July 1st, Lauren Conlin, New York City-based reporter and podcaster, tweeted pictures of the official verdict sheet in the Diddy trial. I did. And I mean, like, when I saw this verdict sheet, guys, I was like, I know, it's so weird. Why are they lying on me? It's so weird. So when I saw the verdict sheet, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I hate that term. I was like thinking to myself, dude, it would be really easy for them to convict Diddy on RICO based on what I'm seeing on the verdict form because of the fact, and if you guys remember, sex trafficking and the Mann Act were predicates under RICO and standalone charges. That's 2 for 1. I was like, dude, if I was a defendant, again, not like trying to help anyone out here, but if I was a defendant, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I have a really good chance of getting convicted here because it's here printed for them, like in 2 different places. Like, what is that? So I said, show more. Oh, it's going to my Twitter, I guess. Yeah. So I said, before reviewing the final verdict form, I thought there was a chance the jury might struggle with returning a guilty verdict on RICO, which I did. I was like, I don't know how they're going to do that. And then I said again, after looking at the form below, it won't be that hard after all. Even if they find him not guilty on the standalone charges of trafficking Jane, but guilty of trafficking Cassie and violating the Mann Act, those are also 2 predicate acts under RICO, which would automatically make him guilty on the RICO charge as well, which could mean life in prison. That's what I said. Did you hear me say anything about like, that's what I think? I was just so confused here. I was like, I never said that. Block. In her tweet, Conlin appeared to believe that the likelihood of the jury giving Diddy a guilty verdict was higher than the rapper being found not guilty. No, I don't know. I don't think I said that. I think what I was doing is I was toying with the fact that this verdict sheet made it so clear that, like, I mean, it's staring right in your face, and you've got 2 options here. You've got 2 chances to get him on this. So it's easier than I initially thought. So I did not like that headline. I am the first one to be like, yes, I was totally wrong. I was so wrong on this, blah, blah, blah. But if you ask anybody, and I know I wasn't giving opinions on this stuff, but if you ask anyone in my orbit what I was thinking during the trial, during all of this, they would have told you. And the people that did talk to me, behind the scenes, they were like, oh, you called it. You totally called it. You didn't think they were going to get him on the RICO or the trafficking just because of what you saw in the courtroom. And I'm like, yeah, I know. So then when this comes out, I'm kind of like, man, the people that don't know me are like, I never said that. So, yeah, they were being messy. Thank you so much. It's owned by Absolute Sports Private. Yeah, who are they? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know who they are. I just thought that was a super weird headline. And also, I mean, I'm not even saying this for for you guys to say, oh, no. I'm not saying this for any reason, but like, I'm just like, I'm nobody. I just was covering the case. Like, what do you care? Like, why'd you drag me into this? Dizzy, jump in the car. We got to stop. This is so funny. Dizzy, get with it. Yeah. Lying on me. Gosh. It's Joe. It's Joe. Okay. Nervous. I'm nervous. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Lauren, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
I am so excited. You are live to tape right now. I just want to let you know that. The chat is so excited, Joe. We're fans, okay? We are huge fans.
Oh,
Yeah.
so cute.
No.
Can you send me the link later?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely will. I will clip this and cut it. And I gotta say, I think I watched the clip of you during the ASAP Rocky trial when you were like, I don't even know, when you're like, ooh, I'm so scared, and you had your hands up. I think I watched that.
Ooh, I'm so scared.
Yes, I watched that like 20 times. Guys in the chat, let me know if everything is if you can hear Joe, okay? But first, Joe, we just want to ask you, have you, I mean, I didn't see on the docket, but when is the next hearing per se for the Fat Joe defamation lawsuit? And I looked up the docket with Tyrone Blackburn. He's not due in criminal court for mowing over your process server until October.
Yeah, that's right. That's standard.
Okay.
Grand jury proceeding.
Okay.
But the fact that we're even having that conversation speaks volumes about who this person is. I mean, this guy is, he honestly, he shouldn't have a law license. And I say that quite frankly, based on not only the fact that he actually ran over right with his car,
oh, geez,
a 60-plus-year-old man trying to serve him with a lawsuit that he claimed so bravado that he would take and accept service. Of course, when they went to serve him, he lost his mind.
Whew.
First, he denied he was even who he was. But putting that aside, you know, two federal judges in New York, and this is mind-boggling to me, have both not excoriated him, not chastised, excoriated him for being basically, you know, using his law license as a shield for extortion. And for filing false claims and frivolous claims and misstating facts and misstating law and doing things solely to embarrass opposing parties. D. Coate is one of the judges in the Southern District of New York who's one of the most respected, renowned judges in the United States.
Oh.
And she unloaded on him. Another judge, a separate judge in that same courthouse, referred him to the disciplinary committee because of his conduct. Something is obviously not right with this guy. Something is not right. But at the end of the day, we go back. We go to, well, we have August 1st, our first, you know, it's a conference. Just an initial conference. But there are so many moving parts here in this case. Look, the one thing I will tell you is I've known Joe for 20 plus years. He is such a terrific human being. I mean, he's like the stuff he does for people.
Really?
And for underprivileged people. Oh, Joe is just a great guy. He's like a legend, but he's also just such a good person. And when you know, this whole case was, seriously, this is why, you know, not everyone should be able to have a law license and use that as a shield for extortion, because this would otherwise be called extortion.
Right.
You know, if he didn't have a law license. And,
but,
you know, that's hanging by a thread, because here's what happened. Let me just explain.
Yeah,
this.
please.
This was a situation where 15 years after the fact, some hype man, you know what a hype man is? A hype man is somebody who basically just hypes up the performer, right? Before the show, hypes up the crowd. Basically goes in coffee, whatever else.
Yeah.
Some hype man wrote Joe, you know, how many years ago? 15 years ago, more or less, and said, 15 years ago, I was the one who, you know, wrote half of your music and I want royalties. So long story short, Joe was like, "Are you kidding me? 15 years later, I wrote half your songs."
Yeah. Yeah.
So he like ignored it because he wanted $3.5 million, by the way.
Oh.
But
Okay.
with Joe and everyone laughed that off. He then comes back with this Tyrone Blackburn.
Yeah.
And I laugh when I say his name because I mean he's a defendant in a criminal case and he's the lawyer. It's mind-boggling to me.
Yeah.
But long story short, he comes back to Tyrone Blackburn. And with Tyrone Blackburn, they say, we want money because he wrote half your music. And also, we need $20 million because he saw you have sex with minors. Like, what?
And that just like at last minute, like, oh, by the way.
It was the first letter and demand had nothing to do with that. That didn't work. So then you throw in the salacious thing, of course. Sex with minors, right?
Yeah.
Not just the allegation is crippling. And so they did that. To me, that is despicable. And it is something that really before, people have families. And when this happened, for example, to Jay-Z, I was outraged because, and I know Jay, and Jay's another spectacular being, what he's done with his life and his family, but to have some low-level, bottom-feeding lawyer who couldn't, if they had to really practice law for a living, would starve to death, go file these frivolous complaints against celebrities alleging, sexual misconduct with minors. That's the big thing. Oh my God. Because everyone knows that's a career.
Exactly.
Killer, right?
Exactly.
And so, but the way you have to handle clowns like this is to fight back, but fight back hard. And we are going full court press. I'm going after this guy's license. I mean, this is outrageous what he's done.
Oh.
And it's not fair to Joe's family. And it's not true. Lauren, it is 100% not true. We've spoken to some of the alleged people he claimed that Joe did too. They never spoke to this Blackbird who said he spoke to them. They don't even know what he's talking about. So, look, this is something that's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. We're in federal court. They don't joke around here. This isn't traffic court in New York City. So
you are going after Tyrone Blackburn's license as well. You want that stripped.
I mean, me along with federal judges. Anyone who does this should not be practicing law for a living. Because it's basically legal extortion.
Right.
Okay? Using your law license to file a lawsuit, claiming, give me money or else, right? That's what the demand letters were. Give me money or else I'm going to file a lawsuit saying you had sex with minors.
And also this does really echo Lil Rod Jones's lawsuit against Diddy in terms of like, you owe me money for this music, and oh, by the way, you raped all these people and some of them are minors. And do you agree? It's kind of the same.
This Blackbird was involved in those cases, trying to bring cases until he got fired from those cases. You could not believe the amount of lawsuits from clients that we have that have been filed against Blackbird. What he said to one client in a letter, a female client, was, I will say this without exaggerating, the most vile thing I've ever seen written, talking about her body parts, the smell of her body parts, in a letter to a client.
Wow.
Going after suing him. There's a mental issue, obviously, that needs to be addressed. And look, I hope he gets treatment. I hope he's fine, but he should be practicing law. I don't know what he.
Well, I guess I just want to know, before I just ask you about Wendy really quick, I just want to know about, like, this lawsuit was so long. He's got the craziest allegations, like Fat Joe watched him have sex 4,000. Where do you get the number 4,000? That's really bothered me here. Where does all this come from?
It's when things are fabricated, the facts don't matter. The truth doesn't matter. It's just a number. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Listen, you know me.
Yeah.
I'm a trial lawyer. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a trial beast. And I want a jury so badly here. I don't know if this case is ever going to get that far. And for Joe's purpose, we want to get rid of this as quickly as possible. But give me a jury and let me have a chat with a jury.
Yeah.
This Blackbird. And we'll see how that works out for him.
I think you're right about that, because I couldn't even finish reading that lawsuit. I'm like, this is wild. Okay. So you said the next hearing for that, you said, is August 1st in federal court, SDNY? Preliminary. Ooh, okay. I think I want to be there for that. That's next Friday. Okay. So then while I have you, like, just really quick, Wendy Williams, is she going to sue Sabrina Morrissey, Wells Fargo, Lori Schiller? Who is she suing? Is she suing her ex-husband? What is going on? I love Wendy. Yeah. My chat loves Wendy. She is the best interviewer, the best human. I think about her all the time.
I'm about to see Wendy right now. I'll tell her you said that.
Oh my gosh.
But the thing, what's happened to her? I mean, seriously, you just mentioned two cases of mine.
Yeah.
That are probably two of the most outrageous cases I've ever had.
Wow.
And that's a fact. Wendy Williams is in a facility. She's fine. Wendy and I have conversation. I've never had a conversation with Wendy where all of a sudden she's like, doesn't know who I am. Or she's, she's an award in a facility which without freedom. Okay. She doesn't have freedom of movement, can't call who she wants. She's in a ward with people for memory loss. 80 and 90-year-old people who don't know their names.
Oh my God.
They cross gets the right of the green, and there's Wendy.
That's insane.
It's disgusting, honestly.
But we just got here because of, I think it was, when I've talked to Sid about this, once she stopped drinking, I think that was the issue, don't you?
This was all alcohol induced.
Yes.
She was a raging alcoholic. She knows doesn't drink. So look, if you looked at that stupid thing that they did, Lifetime, whatever, that documentary, when she was drunk the whole show, right?
Sad.
She looked and sounded sad and horrible. But if you look at her recently and listen to her, and Harvey Levin, DMZ did a great, documentary on it. Wendy was interviewed for an hour.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, that's a different human being than the one from 2 years ago. Okay? Different. I mean, Harvey was throwing current event questions at her, curveballs at her. She was answering everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But so you know it's not dementia.
Yeah.
Because dementia does not get progressively better. It gets progressively worse. Dementia only goes one way.
Correct.
Down. It doesn't go up. So, come on. It's just like she was an alcoholic.
Yeah. I mean, is there even
alcohol-induced dementia?
Well, that's what I was going to say. At one point, they were calling it like alcohol-induced aphasia, and I'm like, is that even a medical term? That doesn't even sound like a freaking medical term.
I don't know. But here's the bottom. Let's talk like human beings once in a while.
Yeah.
She was alcoholic.
Yeah.
And the alcoholism was ruining her life and caused her to act irrationally, silly, saying things that were incoherent. That's what happens when you get
right. Okay. And
she doesn't have that issue anymore.
Are you talking to her ex-husband at all? Because I think he filed. What?
That's another joke. I mean, the other guy who was not only abusive to her and whatever in the literal sense of that word. But just not someone who cared about her, like abandoned her, did all these things to her, and then is now filing as a friend of Wendy.
It's weird, right? It is weird.
He has no standing at all to file this. None.
Yeah,
None whatsoever.
I did see that.
But yet he's filing a lawsuit like he cares so much about Wendy. He wants money. People are really.
Yeah.
It's just strange.
Yeah, I mean,
it's and strange is a nice word. I think you know what I'm trying to say. But
I do. He's trying to say that his son felt threatened by the judge. And look, Joe, you work with a lot of these state judges. I don't know. I know you do work with them, so you can't say much, but the judge was kind of under some scrutiny as well. And there was.
As she should be.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
By the way, I guess most of us can't say much. I'll say how I feel. She should be. I mean, the fact that this judge actually, in the middle of her hearing, that had nothing to do with Wendy's future, her outlook, it was a hearing where there was another witness. Her niece was a witness.
Yeah.
And the judge out of nowhere, with Wendy sitting there, said, "Look, Wendy Williams had a great career, but we know that's over and that's never coming back." How can you say that?
Oh.
How mean? How mean is that?
What?
Wendy couldn't respond. But what it also shows, Lauren, is this judge has made up her mind already. So in other words, she has no chance to recover. So why is she sitting in judgment? When you're a judge, you're supposed to have an open mind.
Yes.
Listen to all the facts before you render a decision. That statement that she made rendered a decision. So she's already determined Wendy's finished. But she's sitting there in judgment of her. I mean, it's just that
I'm horrified.
The whole thing is upside down. It's horrifying.
It is.
I'm not a guardianship attorney. I'm not a guardianship attorney. I'm Wendy's personal attorney. This guardianship world is insane. Once you get stuck in the vortex of a guardianship, God forbid anyone of us ever do, good luck.
Yeah. It could happen to anyone, though. It could happen to anyone. I mean,
Wendy can't get out. Like, Wendy can't decide she wants to challenge the lawsuit against her ex-husband. Wendy can't decide she wants to, I don't know, go down to Florida to see her niece.
Yeah.
Wendy can't do it. Wendy can't do it. She needs permission from another adult who has, not exactly the same interest. It's just, it's a horrible thing. There are felons, convicted felons, who have way more freedom of movement than Wendy Williams does. Think about that.
I can't. It drives me insane. And I just saw her looking so happy out with Suzanne Bass for her birthday. It honestly, it made me so excited for her. And for a second, I had to look up. I'm like, wait a second, is she still being kind of held against her will here? And she was. And so I was sad.
She had to go home. She
had
to go home that night and check, go back to her little cell. I mean, it's insane to me.
So when are you going to start? I mean, have you filed any motions with this? Like, where are you at with this case of freeing Wendy?
What I'm lying in wait for is a jury, because this will be the quickest verdict in my career, without question. I mean, the Rocky verdict was pretty quick. That was a 1-hour verdict after 4 weeks of testimony. This one will be a 4-second verdict. I mean, there's not a jury in the world that will ever say Wendy Williams needs to be under guardianship, needs to be in a facility.
Right.
I mean, but it has to. There's a process to get there with this guardianship stuff, and that's why I honestly, this guardianship work is not for me because you know it's just not right, and it's not. So, but I'm gonna be there for him. Obviously, she has guardianship lawyers. I will be doing everything I can do to make sure she gets out of this thing as quickly as possible. I'm a little more aggressive than most, and I want her to push her lawyers to get this filed. I mean, they seem to be just waiting, but you know, for us, it's great. We go wake up every day, do what we want to do, go to work, come home, go to dinner, see our families.
Yeah.
Wendy's in that thing every single day.
Oh, I mean,
it's like, to me, it's like you need, seriously, someone has to step in and say, this is enough's enough.
Yeah, everybody in the chat is saying, let's go, Joe. We're counting on you, Joe. And just so I understand, when you say you're waiting on a jury, you mean Wendy's attorneys right now are getting all of the filings in place. They're going through the motions with the judge, with the court. And so, I mean,
I like to move. If we make a decision to go forward, I like to move. But it's a little different here.
Okay.
It's a guardianship proceeding. But, you know, look, I'm pushing our guardianship attorneys to move this thing along because it's just, people seem not to really comprehend that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just the case. She's there against her will every single day until this is resolved.
Oh.
It's been years already. It's been years.
I just can't. So literally, Wendy will have to endure this for, probably a year and a half longer. I mean, that is so, I'm angry. I'm so angry. And we all forget about this. Like,
you should be.
Yeah.
You should be. I am too. I really am too. By the way, speaking of which, I got to run because I do have to go. She's waiting for me. I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. Yeah. Please tell her that we love her. And Joe, I would love to have you back on for a formal sit down. I'll text you at another date. I so appreciate your insight. You are a freaking rock star, man. Go get it. All right.
Okay. And Lauren, it was a pleasure to be on your show. It really is.
Thank you so much, Joe. We'll be in touch. Bye.
Okay.
Bye. Oh my gosh, that was really fun. Wow. He is, listen, he's going to meet Wendy right now. And I am like, he's such a warrior. I think that the thing that upset me the most out of that, sorry, my legs are sticking, out of that whole phone call was the fact that she has to wait so long and she will have to wait even longer. But, all right. God, I just love him so much. That was the first, my hand hurts actually. Cause I was like, guys, can you hear it? So I thought that just sound wise, his sound was a little bit lower than most people on the phone, but you guys could hear that, right? That was totally fine. Cause I'm going to clip that later and I'll put it out there as, cause I'm pretty sure he might have dropped some bombshells here. I mean, did you guys know that he was going after Tyrone Blackburn's law license himself? Did you guys know that? I didn't know that. I honestly did not know that. So I will have to clip this and figure out like where the tea was here. Oh my gosh, I would love to talk to Wendy. Like I said, I know it sounds crazy, but this is going to come out so weird and so wrong. And I don't even know if I should say this, but like, I loved the way Wendy interviewed people. And I know that she wasn't doing these hard hitting Barbara Walters interviews, right? I know that she wasn't. However, I think that she is so fearless and so capable that, let's say, Idaho murderer Brian Kohberger had to sit down for an interview and Wendy was who she was. Again, this sounds crazy. And I'm not even saying this as a joke. I feel like Wendy could have literally made Brian Kohberger feel so bad and so stupid and so small that he would have talked, because I feel like he hates women and she would get him. She would bait him into like, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like, yeah, that's how I feel. I love Wendy so much. I don't know Don Lemon personally. Oh, good morning, Andrea. Andrea, you are so sweet. You were always on my side whenever Andrea is so cute because she also is like a Dizzy. She comes and sticks up for me like my knight in shining armor. And you don't have to do that, but it's very sweet. Thank you. No doubt Joe is going to tell Wendy that you asked about her and let you. I hope so. I hope so. I would love to go speak with her. I will talk to Joe and be like, I will go there. I will bring a camera crew and let's do this. Yes, Daisha, love Daisha. You are also one of my new favorite people. Daisha reposted the Malcolm-Jamal Warner hit I did on Fox. If you guys are joining, I did a phoner when the news broke of his death, and it was because I couldn't get on camera. I looked like a sweaty armpit yesterday. I didn't sleep. So I was like, yes, I can do a phoner because I loved him so much and I want to talk about his life. And Daisha was there for it. So thank you. Yeah. So where's Dizzy? Someone said win Dizzy. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So I'm going to clip all of this. I guess I can, you know what, before this ends, maybe I will try to call academics one more time and then I'll just tell him about our chat. Let me see. Let's see. I'm going to text him. Gonna call one more time because I just spoke to Joe Tacopina live about Fat Joe and Wendy Williams. You gotta hear it. Lauren, you could never, oh no, trust me. I did look like a sweaty armpit. Believe me. I know, Sherry, right? Wendy's sitting there with 80 to 90-year-old dementia patients. Imagine that's your life. What do you even do when you know you don't belong there? Crazy, literally crazy. God, I feel so bad. I gotta find out exactly. I know that I can find out where she is, and maybe she can get me in as like a visitor or something. But tell me about what Don Lemon has been doing just while we're here. Let's see. Sorry, I was just looking at something. Sorry, I just got distracted. I just forgot that I was on a live stream as I'm looking at my phone. I'm like, let me just catch up. Any update? Oh, Ron, on the Lauren Taylor AG case. No, I don't have an update. However, I actually was contacted by a documentary company about this case because they wanted all my information, witnesses and whatever. And I obviously spoke to Lauren's mother. So I gave it to them. I don't think anything happened. This was like it wasn't a documentary. It was ID. They have a show about murders or deaths that happen in water. And Lauren Agee's death, she was submerged in water. Police say she drowned. She didn't drown. And then all of the witnesses, when her mom was able to get them to testify in the civil suit, her mom was able to get this to trial. The civil suit, all those witnesses pled the fifth. So yeah. Wendy may not want a camera crew. Think of different possibilities so Wendy doesn't say no. Okay, yeah, that's so true. I don't know, Carrie, the lady that I saw outside, I don't know. I called 311. They said they would just do a check. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was necessary to call 911 because the lady, like, she was kind of with it. But I told you, the dried blood freaked me out so bad. And the fact that she's like, can I have your smoothie? And my smoothie was like, I drank this much of it. So it was kind of like, this doesn't look very appetizing, and it made me sad. That's why I gave her money after that too. Daisha, thank you so much. Really, thank you. Okay, so she could be camera shy. So maybe I just take my iPhone and stick a microphone in it and then record her and then just use like either a nice picture of her, take another picture. Dawn. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, let's call X one more time. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll call Claudia to see where the hell he is. God, I feel like academics right now. I'm going on a 2.5-hour stream. Let me just check my calendar really quick to make sure I'm not missing any. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, we're good. We're good to keep going. We're going to keep going. As long as you guys are still here, we're good to keep going. Let's try one more time. Let me call Claudia really quick to be like, where is he? Where is he? All right, put Claudia on speaker. She could be like with her daughter or something too. I feel bad. Thank you. No one wants to talk to me, God. And did I miss anything that I was supposed to also discuss on the stream? Let
Your
me
call
see.
has been forwarded.
All right. So Claudia did not answer. So maybe academics is, she's usually there. I'll try one more time.
Sorry, the person.
Nope. All right. Done calling them for now. I'm done calling them. Let's see. We will do. Oh, so did I show the screen? Sorry, I didn't mean to show the screen. If I did, that was my bad. Thank you for the warning. That was definitely by accident. What I'll do is I'll call Charlucci one more time to see if he has any updates on the diddler. I am kind of interested to see what's going on there. Thank you so much, Sherry. You're amazing. I appreciate you. And thank you for being on top of my, Oh, and it was funny because I think some of you guys in the chat when I was doing the walk, you were like, don't show your block. Like, don't show what block you live on. And I was like, oh, shoot, that's also a good point because people could be crazy. Not that like, I don't know. Not that I think anyone would come after me. I just don't, if I'm with my kids, whatever. Okay, let's try Shar one more time. Thank you so much. So nice. Keep it going.
Please leave your message for
Okay.
7.
I have another idea. What if we call Ghislaine's lawyer, Arthur Aidala? What do you think about that? And we ask about what's going on. Oh yeah, I know. Isn't that funny? Yeah, they were all worried about me. It's their constitutional right to plead the fish. And how is Sherry Smith? Yeah, no, I'm aware for the Lauren Agee case. It was their constitutional right. I will call Arthur. I'm just saying it looked very sketchy. You go to civil court, this poor mother is trying to figure out what happened to her daughter, and all of her alleged so-called friends plead the fifth. Yeah, not cool. By the way, Arthur never answers because he's literally always in court. But let's see. Let's see if he... And he makes me so mad sometimes, Arthur, because he's so busy. It takes I have one interview with him and I've known him for a long time. And, it just takes forever to schedule things with him. So this might be the way to go, just to call him. But he's always in court. So I don't think he'll answer. But let's see. If I don't get him, I'll call someone in his firm who is Dershowitz's lawyer. They don't take lunch. Oh.
Hello, it's Arthur.
All right, let me call I'm going to call someone else from his firm. His name is John. This is John Esposito. Okay, John Esposito is he is also one of Ghislaine's attorneys, Dershowitz's attorneys. I'm just trying to think how mad that they would be at me. Because sorry, when you know certain people, and same with Dershowitz's attorney, I just don't, part of me gets a little nervous because I feel like they might not be too happy to be on the spot, but also they also know me pretty well and they know how annoying I am. So let me see right now. I'll call John Esposito. Let's see. I just don't think they're going to answer. They're also probably like, Lauren, what the fuck do you want? Excuse me, what the freak do you want? I'm annoying.
You've reached John Esposito at the
Oh, no. Oh, he said with my dad. Oh, sorry. Now I feel bad. Arthur's dad's in the hospital. Great. Now I'm an a-hole. Oh, no. So sorry. I hope he's okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Let's try Imran, actually. Let's just try so Imran is Dershowitz's attorney. I doubt he'll answer. And Imran also is going to be, no, he would probably be mad at me but I'm just going to do it anyway. Whatever. Can you hear that? Is this the best way to do it? What's the best way to do it? Tell me what.
Your call has been forwarded.
Like lawyers being lawyers. It's so annoying. Yeah, that's wicked annoying. Other way but to mic. Oh, okay. So it's like the charger, right, Dizzy? The mic is up. Thank you so much. I'm literally so silly. I'm so silly. Okay. So let me look at these other phone numbers I have, because I do have numbers that, like, you know, I've just gotten them, but I've never called them before, and maybe somebody will call me back. Who knows? I mean, let's see. I could call their intern. Listen, Six, you know that I've got the guts, okay? You know that is not the issue here. I have the guts. So at one point, I thought I had Steve Bannon's contact, who might know. Oh, you know what? I can ask somebody for Bannon's contact. Steve, let me ask. And I actually, at one point, did I have Roger Stone's? Let me see. Let me ask, because I think that could also be super duper interesting to figure out what they know about certain things. Do you have, oh gosh. Now I'm like, Roger Stone, okay. Well, you know, there was a time when I wanted to talk to Roger Stone, but not about what everyone thinks. I wanted to talk to him about Roy Cohn. And Roy Cohn, if you guys are not aware, I am fascinated by this man. If you saw the Donald Trump movie, The Apprentice, with Sebastian Stan, and where what's his face plays Roy Cohn. What's his name? Jeremy. Oh yeah. No, I know you weren't saying that I don't have guts. I know you're saying I do. I was, yeah. But that movie, I wanted to talk to Roger Stone about the portrayal of, why am I blanking on his name? Jeremy Strong's depiction of Roy Cohn, because I thought it was so incredible. And a lot of people say that, you know, Roy Cohn was why Donald Trump is the way he is, because if you watch the movie, and listen, I know it's a movie, but Trump comes across like, you know, like so just sweet and meek. And then he meets Roy Cohn, this like gritty fixer lawyer, and then things change. And I also knew about Roy Cohn because I love the play Angels in America, and I loved the HBO special where Roy Cohn was played by Al Pacino in this special. And, you know, he's a closeted gay man, and he ends up dying of AIDS, Roy Cohn. And there's actually a really famous interview between he and Mike Wallace, where, and I don't know how this is like such a violation of HIPAA and just all this, and just, I don't know, intrusive, but he's like, is it true you have AIDS? To Roy Cohn. And is it true your gay lifestyle like gave you AIDS? And he's like, no, I have liver cancer and all this stuff. But it's totally wild. I don't have any phone numbers for Lauren Agee. I'm so sorry. So MJ, what he always talks. Really? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That is so funny. And no, I'm really not trying to be a name dropper at all. I'm just trying to see who I can call to get information on what is happening in the world right now that I think could be interesting for everybody. Absolutely not a name dropper. If I came across that way, I am so sorry, because I don't think of myself as that, because I don't think I have a huge Rolodex, but anyway. But yeah, let me see if Let me text my friend. So my friend Frank that I used to work with on the radio, he knows everybody and anyone. And now he's in city council, so he left. But let me see, do you have Steve Bannon's contact or Roger Stone? I'll say direct contact. And then I might just give it a rest after that, but let's see. Both direct. Who else am I thinking of? Sorry. I mean, so I should stop apologizing. Sorry. Oh, God. That was like a thing. Whenever I did theater, I would mess up something and I'd be like, sorry. And then the director would be like, stop apologizing. I'd be like, okay, sorry. It's like, I can't help myself. What's wrong with me? Literally, what is wrong with me? You know who would be such a great person to call right now, but he unfortunately passed away, is Bernard Kerik, the New York City police commissioner during 9/11, best friends with Rudy. He would be an amazing person to call right now. I'm so sad about his death. Gosh, that really, really messed me up. He was such a good guy. I know Rudy would have their numbers, MJ, but Rudy, I feel bad. He's so bad on text that I would have to call him, and then I would feel bad being like, hey, can you pass along these numbers? You know, like whatever. So yeah, you know who I wonder, we could try to call Mark Garagos, but that would be like, I'm trying to get an interview with Mark. You know what? Let me see right now if I could send Mark Garagos this link and be like, hey, pop on for a second. Copy this. We'll just turn this into like an all-day thing, right? Well, I'm going to text Geragos and be like, hey, I am live if you want to jump on. Hi, if you're around and want to jump on and say hi, I would love that. And so would my chat. Here is the link. It's 9:12 for him. And then I'll be able to click that interview too. I just texted. I'm name dropping now, Joe Tacopina, jump on and give an update about Wendy and Fat Joe. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Carrie, I know. My kids, I got to get them at 3:30 today. Oh, gosh. But you know what? I had like questions. Miss Ashley, you're so sweet. Thank you. I had all these questions that I prepared for Mark Geragos for a stream, and I actually wrote them in this notebook that I had, but I didn't bring the notebook with me. Sorry, Arthur, his dad. I'll say prayers right now. Oh, Carrie, how old's your baby? All right, let's see what Mark says. I'll give him like maybe 5 minutes. Let's see. What day? Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Tuesday and Thursday at 9:30. So yeah, let's stick with that for now. Dizzy, do you mind helping me? Is there a way on YouTube that you can keep something like as a placeholder for like I don't even know, like for Tuesdays and Thursdays? I'm talking about Mark Geragos, Ashley. I just texted him to see if he would be available. And by the way, I don't know if you guys heard this story or if I told it on a chat, but like during the Diddy trial, when he walked off the elevator, oh wait, Charlucci is calling back. Charlucci. Okay. Hey, Luch.
Good morning, Sweet Smiles.
So you are live right now on my stream. Sorry that I hit you up so much. Can you talk for a second?
Yeah. What's going on?
Not much. Hold on. Can you guys hear him? I feel like you're a little bit fuzzy, a little grainy or something. I don't know.
What about now?
Yeah, it's a little better. So, okay. Well, first of all, hi. I literally miss seeing you every day. I went from, yeah, seeing you every day to never. But guys, many of you know Charlucci was one of the, I would say the only friend besides Kanye West who came for a day. And then it was, what was it? GDEP? GDEP also came for a day. Yeah, you're a little muffled, but we're good. But Charlucci was there every single day, rain or shine, up until the verdict. So we just want to know what is going on with Diddy in jail. What are his feelings right now? Like, does he feel optimistic? Does he feel bummed? What's going on?
Of course, we all were like a little, taken aback when the judge decided not to let him go.
Yeah.
Because, you were sitting like, you're with the judge, and the judge actually, was like, Mr. Collins, I'm quite sure you're ready to go home today. I'm quite sure, so at that point, I'm thinking they're about to let him go, because that's the energy the judge gave. He was smiling, congratulating him on the win.
Yeah.
All that. And then that's when Maureen Comey jumped up. And, at that point, you're like, okay, go about to come out. And then Maureen Comey jumped up. You can't do that. If he has an epiphany, commit violence against people. People's lives are being in danger. I'm like, okay, so everybody's life is in danger. This man's gonna risk. One, he's not dangerous like that. That's one. And they're taking his atrocities, his domestic violence committed against Cassie.
Right.
Too far, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I mean by too far, I mean that he only committed these acts when he was intoxicated with the drugs.
Okay.
And he said that, right? Okay. So he wasn't walking around just being a violent person. It's that he acted in those ways when he was induced by the drugs, when he was high on ketamine, he was high on ecstasy, he was high on the cocaine. This is when he had these violent outbursts.
Okay.
Right. And I'm not giving him an excuse. I'm just telling you what Cassie said.
Right.
And and if you look at drug addicts, alcoholics, people that have the drug dependency, they're all, not all, but most of them do act up when they're intoxicated. Like you might have a cousin, Ronnie, who's a nice guy, but when Ronnie has too much to drink, he comes to the barbecue, he act up. So the first thing people say is, listen, has Ronnie been drinking? Yeah, well, if the only one come to the party, you know how he act when he get drunk. And we always, we have those kind of people. So I just think they just took his violent outburst out of context, based on the fact that it happened when he was in drug induced. And other than that, he's been in jail for 10 months. He's been sober. He hasn't had one fight in jail. He hasn't had one infraction in jail. He's
not one fight and not one infraction, you said?
Right. He hasn't had one fight. He hasn't had one infraction. He hasn't had one problem. He hasn't had one write-up in jail. He's pretty much been, because he's clean.
Yeah.
So he don't have those issues and those demons that he has to be fighting with. He's actually he's a clean guy for the first time in his life in about 30 years.
Right. Now, did he, when he was sent back by the judge, does he himself look at any case law and say, hey, this is kind of weird because no one else convicted on prostitution only have been sent back to jail, right? Like what, you know what I mean? Right. So did he look into that, or what went down?
Well, I'm not in jail with him.
Right.
So he's a smart guy. So and for the most part, he was quarterbacking his whole defense. Because you watch him, he handed notes to his defense team. He was taking notes himself and writing stuff and passing stuff down to him. Each time there was one of the defense went to the podium to address a witness or cross-examine a witness, he wrote his little sticky notes and passed it to them what to say and what to ask. He was part of his own legal team, so I'm quite sure he did that. I'm quite sure he went back and he's looking at things. He's researching. So that's the kind of guy he is. He's a smart dude. He's very focused, and he played a huge role in his own defense team.
Yeah, I could see that. I think what you just said is so true. Anybody could see if you're in the courtroom, he was constantly passing notes, post-it notes, you know, they were making eye contact. Yeah, I totally agree. He was 100% part of that team. And I know that you were there outside of the MDC on July 4th. Were you able to go in and visit him and say hi?
No, I just took a team with me.
Yeah.
You know, because you know, being that the 4th, we had I wanted him not to feel alone on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
So I took like about a team of 25 people up there. They all had on free Puff shirts, free Diddy shirts, and we played music and I talked on a bullhorn, yelled up to the women that I love them, and just soon to be over. Hold your head. If anything, you won't be going a long time.
Yeah.
This is long enough. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
This is the inspiration. That's it.
And are there any, is there any truth to the rumors that he might be recording music with Kanye through MDC, through the jailhouse phones?
No, I haven't heard anything like that.
You haven't?
He's more of a hands-on guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like recording. He don't want to put this behind him because people that usually record records from jail are sentenced are going to be in jail. So they understand I'm not getting out, so they just make the best of it.
Okay,
that's not his mindset. He's like, when I get out of here, I'm gonna get to work. So I don't think there's any truth to that.
Okay, and how is his mom Janice and how are the girls? I know the boys were so excited, and I know the girls were very emotional. But how are they doing in the wake of all of this?
They're doing a lot better prior to the verdict, because they didn't know how it was going to turn out. Because again, his life was in the hand of 12 jurors, right?
Yeah.
12 people that we don't know. 12 people that that's very opinionated. They have their own opinion on certain situations, and that are women that are they do have children, and they could have just went a whole different way. They could have believed it. They could have really believed the defense. I mean, the prosecution.
Right.
I respect his jury. I respect his jury based on the fact. I think I said this to you before that this was a smart jury. The judge to me is a smart guy. And they all they pay attention. They paid attention and they really got it right.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're just expecting. They could, like I said, it could have been bad. But because we had a smart jury, we was blessed to have a smart jury that they got it right, and then, so of course they went home like, Dad, we thought Dad was coming home, but listen, we know he'll be home one day.
Yeah.
We know they're gonna be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. He get to see his little daughter grow up. He get to, you know what I'm saying? She's 2 years old. He's not gonna be away from her until she's 30 or nothing like that.
Yeah.
25 or 15.
Yeah.
Right. So,
yeah. His
right.
girls.
Right.
They broke my heart when I saw them in the bathroom. I mean, it broke my heart. And I understand why. I think the government was like, we don't want them in the courtroom because they would tug at all of the heartstrings of the jurors. And I just got to get your take. What do you think about Maureen Comey and her recent firing?
Well deserved.
Well deserved.
Like I said, well deserved firing. I don't understand. Like I said, it's none of my business. I'm not Pam Bondi. I'm not, but I just think that, when you do dirt, you get dirt. That's just my thing. She didn't have to step there and stop that man from going home. The man did. You put this man in. First of all, you ran a ruse. Y'all put this man in jail for something he did not do. They didn't put him in jail for domestic violence, right? He's not in there for that. He's in there for a whole made-up charge. And the jury saw that. All this is made up. Everything, they couldn't prove one thing. You did this, had this man in jail for all these months, could not prove. That's why, and that was part of that firing. She wasted $15 million of the government's money on a ruse.
Well, so I figured you were probably celebrating. Diddy was celebrating. His family was probably celebrating her firing. So I'm not surprised.
I wouldn't say celebrating.
Yeah.
I was more or less like, see what you get.
Got it.
I was more of a comma to me. I didn't celebrate. I was more like, see,
I told you so.
Yeah, I knew it. If you think you're gonna constantly do evil and do things or be a certain way, and don't think karma's gonna bring it back. It's gonna come back to you. You're crazy, like So like I said, but in her defense, I'm gonna say this though. She would have never brought this case on against Sean Combs. She would have never brought this case. This case was perpetrated by one person, Damian Williams. Damian brought this case because he was running to be Attorney General. Yeah. He was running for election to be Attorney General. This was a political move. And once the Democrats lost, he knew he was not going to get that job. So he resigned. Who bring a big case like this and then resigned 2 months later? He brought the case against Puff in September and resigned in November.
Yeah, I didn't think of it that way, to be honest. Yeah, he was okay.
Yeah, this was a career-making job for him, a career-making a buck. So when the Democrats lost, he's like, damn. I mean, he resigned. Then Comey inherited this case. Right. She would have never brought this case against Sean Combs because it was a fruitless treaty. There was nothing there.
Right. Wow. I mean, God, that's very, very interesting. I'll look into that. Damian Williams wanting to be Attorney General and it not happening, and then him being like, screw it, I'm out of here. That's super interesting. Okay. Yeah. And then my last question for you here is just because I have a picture of you and Justin up on the screen, and Justin is now the subject of a very serious civil lawsuit. What's going on with Justin? What is he saying about all this?
Again, these civil lawsuits are coming out the water like I mean, this it's like raindrops. They keep pouring down. There are people. I want to address this one thing. Okay. So we're gonna talk about one person only. The reason why these civil suits are popping up like this and they're one of their lies, but they're being and all of them have the same similarity to them. Mm-hmm. You know the similarity to all these cases are?
They involve Sean Combs and they want money?
No.
Oh.
They were all the quote unquote said victim claimed they were giving a drink, right?
Okay.
By Sean Combs.
Okay.
Or somebody that knew Sean Combs. Every last one of them.
Okay.
Oh, he gave me a drink and I felt dizzy. Not, next thing I know, this happened, right?
Yeah.
This is all I'm saying, right? But that lie was perpetrated by one disgruntled employee by the name of Gene Deal. Gene Deal.
Oh.
Yeah. Gene Deal started this whole thing with these lawsuits. This is a lie perpetrated by Gene Deal. Whoa. Gene Deal went, and I don't want nobody to follow the dude. I'm not trying to give him no light. I just want everybody to understand where the lie came from. It originated from Gene Deal about a year ago. He said Puff used to make drinks and pour drinks into bottles and give them to women that had drugs in it and would knock the women out, and he would take advantage of them. He perpetuated that lie about a year or two ago. He started that. But then when Rap 100, another podcaster addressed him about that, he backpedaled and said, no, I never said that. But the lie was already out there. So a victim here, I just said he gave me a drink. So that's why all of the women are saying the same thing. I was giving a drink. He handed me a drink. Someone passed me a drink. I was walking on the street. He gave me a drink. All of them say the same thing. All of them. I was given a drink and I passed out. But there's no toxicology test being taken. There's been no police reports. So 60 people don't report to the police. 60 people don't go to the hospital and get a toxicology test. 60 people don't tell their parents or their boyfriend or their girlfriend or their husband or their wife or their neighbor. They just 60 people that know each other just keep it to themselves.
So I mean,
for 35 years.
Yeah, no. Do you think though that Diddy could file a defamation suit against Gene Deal or his team if this is?
I mean, I'm not taking nothing off the table.
Yeah,
I'm not taking anything off the table. But I just think that his whole focus right now is getting out of jail. Right, and all this other stuff. We'll deal with that when he touched on the ground. Right, this guy, Gene Deal, he ain't just lying on Puff. He's lying on Jay-Z. He's lying on any entertainer. He hasn't had a job. This fat guy hasn't had a job. You understand this. Biggie got killed on his watch.
Yeah.
Understand that. Biggie Smalls was killed on his watch. That's what people are not understanding. This man hasn't had a job in 30-something years. He hasn't worked for a security company or anybody in 30-something years. Because he was useless. He wasn't a threat to nobody. He's not a, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't a good security guard. He's the guy that worked for other celebrities going to work for other people, right? He's never worked for nobody else. Nobody.
I don't think I realized that it was Gene Deal that maybe I did know that because they were supposed to go out or something and Biggie didn't want to go out and then Puff, like I don't think I realized that Gene Deal was supposed to be protecting him when he died. And again, I don't know enough about this to even speculate, right? I can't even.
What I'll do is I'll send you a picture, right? So
okay.
If you ever decide to, revisit this story or something like that.
Yeah, I would.
I'm gonna send you the picture of the night, and you'll see Gene Deal standing right behind Puff and Biggie as they were exiting the event.
Okay. I would love to see that. And I think that I should dive into that. I really think I should. I think I should interview Gene Deal and I should send that over to a deception statement analysis person that does forensics on that. And they should decipher the lies and the truth. And that could be really interesting.
But you can also have me there because I don't mind confronting this liar. Because let me tell you something. And I'm gonna give you a huge fact. Understand this. Do you agree? And I want your viewers and your listeners to hear this. Do all y'all agree with me that the government wanted to put Diddy in jail? Meaning they felt he was guilty. The government wanted to put him in jail, correct? They didn't want him to be free, right?
Oh yeah, no, the government did not want him to go free. Of course not. No.
Now, if the government wanted him to go to jail, the last thing they want to do was let him go free. Why didn't they ever call Gene Deal to testify? Mr. got all this information on Puff.
Right. Yeah.
You was right.
I asked you that too. Remember?
Right.
I'm like, why? I did.
Because they vetted him. They vetted him. They vetted him, and the government like he's full of shit.
Yeah.
He's a liar.
He does it for his YouTube for clicks, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And they know that. They said this guy is clickbait. We get him up there. The defense is going to tear him apart.
Yeah.
There's nothing he says has ever been credible. If think about it, if he was the truth, the government would have called him.
Yeah.
He would have been the superstar witness.
Right. Totally. No, totally. And I said that. Yep. And I was wondering, literally like how they didn't call him. And then he showed up at the courthouse and he was getting in fights with people. It was so strange, you guys.
So let me explain that. He didn't show up. He showed up, like you said, he showed up to the courthouse because he didn't come to court. He made everybody think he's not going to court to look Puff in the face, look him in his eye. He never came to court. He came to the court building.
Right.
Just to trick you guys and make y'all believe that he was in the court. Because see, I do the list, and a lot can verify to that. I'm the one who make the list for the visitors, for people to come into the courtroom. It was only family, right? And me and Nick, he's the head court officer inside the courtroom. He only listens to me. Right? So with that being said, he's a liar. He never came in the courthouse, courtroom. He never seen Puff. He never seen the kids. He didn't even come to Big Biggie Small's mother's funeral. He's a liar.
He didn't go to Biggie's funeral?
Biggie's mother's funeral.
Oh, Biggie's mother's funeral. Oh, that's rude.
Right. Go to that funeral because Christian went to the funeral. Mace went to the funeral. All the people that Mace even calls him a liar. And I can say you can go back and matter of fact, I'll see you with him and Mace was arguing, and Mace told him a liar to his face, said you a liar. Why are you on here lying on people? You did this, you did that. And he's like, Mace, he didn't try to chase the story, whatever. He's a liar. But people that don't understand and see the stuff, they just hear this older guy talking and da da da. No, because here's the problem. He's being monetized, right? He's being paid to go on this podcast.
Yeah.
So when they pay him, they want to hear the lies. They want to hear whatever salacious story he can tell, right? So he goes up there and he creates You ain't got that much information on nobody. He's been going. Think about how long he's been talking and doing these podcasts. You ain't got that much information. You don't think the council came in, you don't think the government was like, okay, we need this guy. We need this guy. He's a great witness. We need him. We need him. No.
I know.
They say clear. Oh, he wrote, listen, I got privileged information. He wrote letters, emails to all of the prosecutors begging them to let him come testify.
Wait, Gene Deal did?
Yes. How much of a rat are you?
Wait, hold on. I need proof of this. Hold on. I need proof of this. I need to see these letters. How do you know this?
Right. I can't get the letters.
But how do you know this? How do you know this happened?
I was privy to the conversation. He was writing letters. They was rejecting his letters. Rejecting letters from him. He's writing letters. Oh, I want to come testify. I got some testimony. If y'all sit down with me, I'm telling you, I can sit him away forever. He was heartbroken. He was heartbroken when Diddy was found not guilty of the racketeering. It wasn't good enough for him that Diddy's still going to jail. The possibly still go to jail for a year or two. He wanted him to go to jail. He wanted him to lose everything. That's a hatred.
Right.
You know
right. I mean,
he wasn't satisfied with, okay, justice is done. He was convicted of the prostitution, running around with the girls or whatever it can be. But the most heinous crimes, the most serious crimes that would took his money, his everything he worked for, everything he honestly worked for and built, he wanted the government to take all of that from top. That's the hatred.
I mean, listen, I believe you. I totally believe you about the letters. I guess my brain, I just need proof of this because, listen, sounds plausible. It sounds right. The way this guy's talking, the way he wants clout, he wants to be the one that helps take Diddy down because that'll get him more clicks, views, whatever the hell. I believe you about this. It adds up, but I want to see these letters. I'm not going to see it until you have to get hold of them. I am in contact with somebody who worked on this case. Not any of the attorneys. I'm in contact with somebody in law enforcement. I don't know if they would necessarily share that information with me, but that would be insane.
Yeah.
Right?
He's sending emails and requesting that they allow him to testify. And they'll double them. Like, they might have blocked them. I don't know, but I know they was getting tons and tons of emails from this guy. Requesting, begging to be a witness. That is a whole different level of being a rat to me. That's the way. That's beyond you crazy. But then you have the other girl, and you witness this woman come in this courtroom and tell these lies and go on Nancy Grace and all these other shows. I'm not gonna say this chick's name.
Yeah, don't, because she's a really nice person to me, so I don't want to. I understand.
I don't care about being a nice person to anybody.
Right? I know.
Like I said, I respect journalists, right? I don't respect rumor spreaders. I don't respect liars, right? And she came outside one day and said one thing that was accurate, I'd have been like, wow, you know what? You know me, I respected everybody.
I know you do.
I talked to every journalist. It wasn't for Sean or you wasn't for Sean. You know that.
Yep.
I didn't always agree with people that had their comments. You had Mama Flip out there, Queen Flip Mother. She didn't always agree with she never agreed with Puff, right? But me and her had a conversation and I respected her. We talked and me and her friends. Hey, she might like, well, you know what? I'm happy for you. Like the government dropped the ball. Like she was honest.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I still feel that he was this and he was that. Okay, you're entitled to. I'm not mad at nobody for their opinion. I'm not mad at anyone with their criminal reporting of the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm mad about when you come out that courtroom and you have a platform and you lie to your platform and come out and lying about how it went just because you don't like the person.
Yeah.
I can't respect that.
Right.
That's
I understand.
Again, I'm not trying to bash her. I'm going to make her think that you allow me to bash her.
No,
platform.
Don't worry.
Because I'm not bashing her, and I want her to know this. Miss Lady, I'm not bashing you. I'm bashing you.
I don't think she watches, but it's okay. But yeah, don't worry.
But if she did, I let her know I don't have an issue with you, right? I don't have a problem with you. I just want moving down the line, right? And she's still reporting on Puff. She's still reporting. And she has nothing else to talk about because she's not going to go up there talking about. She's not going to get in these courtrooms with these other white criminals or these other white defendants. She's not going to get in there for the Luigi show. They're not going to have her in there.
Yeah.
When Luigi goes up there, they're not going to have her up there with Trump and all these other people. She's not going to get into that. So she's going to stay. She's going to stay keep reporting about Puff case. That's what she's going to do. That's going to be her claim to fame to keep bothering Sean. Right? She's to me like a female Gene Deal because she says nothing that is true. She come out there and she changed the story that the judge says and twist it around. Oh, and the judge said this, and this. Then she said that we was paying people to wear T-shirts. And this girl was out here straight lying. Like,
I mean, I think there's it was tough with the trial because there was definitely a fine line between YouTubers and reporters. And people thinking that some of the YouTubers were reporters. And I think that, I feel like sometimes I'm confused where I fall in terms of like the YouTube social media world and then the reporting world, because I am a freelance independent reporter. And I think maybe my YouTube is not as successful because I'm not a sensational person. I don't necessarily sensationalize. And that's what does so well on YouTube, you know?
So I don't think no. So you and I met based on how keen you were and how professional you was. I thought you was an NBC, CBS of CNN reporter.
Oh, well, thank you.
You carried yourself very dignified. You was very smart. You paid attention. You took notes, and and you was very bubbly. You was, what I'm saying, whether you agreed with certain things or not, you kept it to yourself. It was an opinion.
Yeah, no, I didn't share opinions.
Right. You did right. You weren't opinionated. You didn't share. You didn't gossip. You just sat there and you did, and you reported very well. And I just think that anyone in huge networks would be doing this stuff a disservice if they didn't employ you and bring you aboard to do some of the things that you do, because you are very, very.
That is so nice. That made my day. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
And like I said, there was a lot of, but like I said, not to stay too long on that person. But I just feel that like you said, that's what a lot of people go with the lies because it sounds good. It sounds like, oh yeah, he's this, he's that. Yeah, okay. But the point was, I don't, maybe she was a victim, maybe, and this is just me saying maybe she was a victim of domestic violence at one point, or maybe somebody in her family she loved was a
true. Yes,
right. That could. I'm trying to tell you, I understand. Maybe if somebody in her family was a victim and she never got revenge or some type of what you call that when something happens. I'll be revenge for someone somebody in her family, right?
Yeah.
It's justice.
Totally.
Justice.
Yes.
Justice. She probably didn't get any justice for someone in her family, and she sees him and see what happened with him and Cassie. It automatically triggered her to he has to go to jail, because it triggered her and took her back to when her people or someone in her family was being abused. It could be that, right? And I clearly understand it. And I respect that. Right, but so I understand why he may be upset.
Yeah,
it still doesn't. There's days that Diddy had a great day in court. He still reported he had a bad day.
Yeah, no,
right.
That is funny. I think I said this on. I think I said it after the fact actually, and it might have been on my live stream, Charlucci. But there were many times when I would walk away from that day in court. I would look at some of the headlines. I would watch some of the YouTubers, and I would wonder if we were in the same courtroom. Yeah, exactly. I did. I wondered. I was like, wait. Right. I think I told you. I was like, wait. Diddy wasn't dancing to Freak Off. I'm like, where is this even coming from? Like, I don't. Yeah, it was very weird.
Then she said that Diddy had his friends and his minions threatening YouTubers. I don't know a YouTuber that got threatened by anybody from our side.
Okay, well, hold on. So the only thing I'll say about that, and I don't want to talk about her anymore after this because I really do like her. There was a guy that came off the elevator. One guy after the verdict. I think he was with you guys. He was with Christian and Justin and you a few times. But he wasn't in the courtroom for the verdict. I think he was in overflow, but he had been in the courtroom before. He got off the elevator. He looked directly at me and he goes, "Where's Tisa Tell?" He's a bald kid. Do you know what I'm talking about? So he did ask that. He did say, yeah.
Right.
But that was the only one. I don't know about anything else, but I am going to stick up for her on that.
Right. No.
Yeah.
But no. Again, that's misleading. She was saying before the verdict that people were
okay.
And when he said that, I think I might have an idea about when he said that in regards to he wanted to say next. He wanted to look at her face.
Yeah, and sure, it could have been anything. He wasn't looking to put his hands on her, but I'm just saying I did hear that. So
he wanted to look in her face and to go, yeah, now how you feel now?
Yeah.
He was not guilty. You promised the world. You did just what the government did. You promised the world that he won't be found guilty. You promised the world that he was going to jail. How do you feel now?
Right.
It was that type of thing. So it was, you know what I'm saying? But prior to that, she was lying and saying that people was threatening, not looking for her. People was threatening the YouTubers or whatever, and also she was never thrown out the courtroom. She's the one who leaked information about who the girl name was that was in the Jane Doe.
I remember.
Judge,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
She leaked that, and she still was able to stay in the courtroom. Still.
Right? Yeah. And so just to be clear, I wasn't accusing that guy of doing anything to her because I don't know what happened.
No.
Yeah, I just don't.
But you see how we speak?
Yeah.
See, you made your analysis, right? And then I just corrected little areas, and that's it.
Yeah.
I wasn't offended by that.
Yeah.
Because, you did honest reporting.
Yeah.
You reported. See, that's what I'm talking about. You reported honestly. He asked, and blah 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 blah, and you spoke up for her, and you said, "Hey, listen, I agree with her a little bit because the guy did ask about it, and that left for me to explain what that was about." You follow me?
Yeah. Totally. And I needed to hear that too, because also I remember being a little concerned for her that day because of what I was hearing. And I ended up texting her and I just said, later I said, "Are you okay?" Like, I had to leave my apartment. I was going out of town. So I was like, my family's not there. If you need a place to stay, like, go stay at my place, whatever. And she said she was fine. And she had,
listen,
I just,
she's the only think about this. Only YouTuber would have a barricade, right? She worked for the government. The government had doing all that stuff. This is why I'm not really mad at her. She came there, but the government made her she was a co-conspirator with the government. She was working for the government. They gave her own gate. She had a gated area outside the courtroom in the back with a mic, a teleprompter, and 2 security guards.
I thought she hired that guy herself. And I don't know, the gated area, I thought that was I did see other cameras there. I don't think it was just her, but I know what you're talking about.
No. There was only other black. She's the only black person with a gate. Everybody else was white men with cameras.
Oh, yes. Well, that's true. Sure.
Right.
That's true.
She wasn't the only. She was the only person that was like you guys that were doing the YouTube thing or I don't disrespect your craft, but I don't know the correct.
No, it's okay. I'm not offended.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, because to me you're more than that.
Thank you.
Know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me. You're a journalist. But
Thank you. Well, I guess I'm an independent reporter, journalist, and like I said, I don't sensationalize too much. And maybe if I did, I'd be a little bit bigger, more popular.
Listen,
but no. Okay.
Listen, do not listen. I'm telling you, you're gonna get what you got coming. All you have to do, real talk, is stay the professional you are. And it was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Doing a little interviews with you. It was a pleasure the way you reported. You came to the cafeteria in respect, you left in respect. You was always dignified.
Yeah.
The family liked you. I liked you. The respect was
I
there.
would chase you guys, the cafeteria. There'd be a break, you guys. I would like chase Charlucci and like Justin and Kristen in the cafeteria. And I'd be like, hey, come over here. And they're like, all right, chill, lady, chill.
Right.
Sorry.
But that was before, and that was before we got cool. And she was so persistent, but so nice at the same time. And see what it is. You have a gift. You came with that little smile, because what she do, guys, she walk up to you eating, right? She's a chronic skinny eater.
Skinny eater? Oh my God, no! We had 2 seconds to shove like a granola bar in our.
Every time I seen her, she tell us she has something in her hand. And she'd be stuffing something else in her mouth, chewing and smiling at the same time. Ask a question. Anyway, so what did you do?
Guys, that whole trial, I lost like 10 pounds. I was starving that whole time. So he is correct. I was starving.
Oh my God. She was tearing it up. She did not play. So we just thought, and believe it or not, we just thought that was cute because you didn't try to, let me wipe my crumbs off my lips.
I had crumbs on my lips? Did I have crumbs on my lips?
All the time.
All the time? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I'm actually sweating right now. My armpits are sweating. I'm super embarrassed because he's like, she didn't bother wiping the crumbs off her lips. Well, because I didn't know I had crumbs on my lips. So.
But you were so, what I'm saying, but you were just so, you were just fun. And we didn't take it no kind of way. And you're just an honest person, man. Like I said, I appreciate you. The court should appreciate you, and anybody else that was involved with having you around to even, whatever, should appreciate you. And you are deserving of a great position, a great situation. And
thank you.
For those that are listening, for further updates, if you don't talk to this young lady right here, can I speak about the shirts with the freak on?
Oh, yes, please plug that. So Charlucci, I'll say that really quick. So Charlucci has a clothing company called Lucci, and I just want to point out that
it's called Lucci Brand.
Lucci Brand.
Right.
Yes, and so I just want to talk about. Charlucci gave me 2 pairs of socks from this brand, his brand. I wear them. They are high socks, and they have, he has all different colors, but he gave me a pink and red pair. I'm honestly obsessed with them, especially because it says CL on them, and it's basically my initials. So I was like, oh, that's really cool. It's like backwards. So he gave me the socks. I wear them all the time, but he also is now, he is trademarking. He did the free puff shirts, and he also did Rico is not a Rico. He's trademarking that for this brand. And guys, I'm coming at this from a diplomatic perspective, not coming at this saying I think puffs should be free, whatever. I am promoting Charlucci, my friend's clothing brand. So nobody at me for this. I'm just saying, because the socks, I have to tell you, I'm obsessed with the socks. And I told him, I'm like, I want more, but I'll buy them. You don't have to give them to me. I'll buy them.
So here's the thing. So that was a great introduction, and you were very accurate.
Thank you.
So what happened was I created the shirts, Rico's Not a Rico, and I did that based on the fact that if anybody's familiar with the OJ trial, when what's his name? When the late Johnny Cochran said that if you don't fit, you must quit.
Yeah.
I felt that we needed our own OJ moment, right? Our own moment of that thing right there to show the point to the area of, listen, if they're trying to force feed or trying to force a verdict and there's no proof there, you got to find a man not guilty, right? And the Frico wasn't a Rico. We're not talking about his sexual preference. We're not talking about what he did with his girlfriend. We're talking about the crimes that y'all allege that he committed. That's what we're talking about. And if those crimes aren't subdued to the situation, then you must acquit him of the charges. So I did not want to say those words. So I went with a Frico's Not a Rico. I put them on the shirts. And I was giving them out to everybody at the court. I never sold the shirt at the courthouse or whatever, but they for sale now. But throughout the proceeding, I was giving the shirts away, hundreds of them, just giving them away every day. I come to court, giving up the shirts.
You were giving them all out. You were so nice. Like,
and when I was saying free Puff, again, everyone, I wasn't saying free Puff for his domestic aspect of his crimes against his assaults against Kathy, right? I was saying free Puff from the charges that he was going to commit. That's
I know what you're saying. No, and guys, just to be clear on that, he is not. Yeah, he's not saying free Puff from the Kathy beatdown. So just FYI. Wait, what? I'm sorry. Are you like underwater?
Right.
What's going on?
No. That was New York. New York is constantly busy. So,
Wait, hold on. You sound like you're a robot.
how about now?
Okay, that's much better. And by the way, I'm plugging your Instagram right now. So guys.
Yes.
Hold on. You definitely sound like you're somewhere, but this is his Instagram, and Dizzy said his stuff is so nice. Go look after the show. Whoa. Are you like flying a helicopter? What's going on?
You funny. So what happened? So look, if I'm telling you this right here. So Walmart wound up, listen guys, Walmart wound up putting my clothes in their store. They're my Louis brand stuff. Not my Lucy brand, my Chico Rico shirt, right? And they took it as a novelty and put my shirt in their stores.
Oh, wait, sorry, where is this? We missed the first part. Where?
Walmart.
Walmart?
Yes.
Whoa.
You can go to listen. I'm telling you, Lauren.
Wow.
All you gotta do is go to Walmart.com and then put in.
Can you text me that? Because now you're like you. I know. No, I know. Well, listen, Charlucci, text this to me because I have Mark Garagos coming on after you. So just text this to me and I'll put it in the chat. Okay.
Yes, there you go. So yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
So
I was so proud of his daughter. I was so proud of Teeny. Kenny did such a great job. Kenny
was amazing. And like I said, Mark should be joining within 10 minutes from now. So send me the link. I'm going to pin it and put it in the chat. And then I'll let you know. Okay. Thank you.
And again, anytime. And thank you. Any ambiguities and any questions, please call me. And you already know it's Lucci Brand.
Lucci Brand. Yep.
BRANDNYC on Instagram.
I plugged that in the chat too, guys. Go follow Charlucci, and I'll get will you text me once we hang up the Walmart link?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. Text it to me. All right. Thank you so much. And I'll text you later. Okay. Bye, Charlucci. See you later. Bye. Sorry, I'm sweating. And all right. We're going on 3.5 hours here. I did not plan for this. I kind of have to pee, but I also, I'm telling you, we can do a little recap. I kind of want to plug right now the fact that Geragos is going to be joining. So he said he's going to be walking and he will join. He said this at about 12:37. He said, give me 30. And then he'll join. So that should be like 1:07 if I'm going exactly 30 minutes. So that gives us about 10 minutes from now. So let me remove this banner and I will just say coming up, Mark. Let me remove this too. Fix the banner. Coming up, Mark Garagos. Coming up. Dizzy, do you want to tweet something for me with the link? And I will, or even just repost what I've posted, then I'll tweet it out. And then I'll play something for 5 seconds so I can pee and just write. I just want to jot down a couple things that I had. I'm trying to think. There's a couple things that I had written down for Mark. Why did I not bring my notebook with me? I'm so mad at myself for that. So mad at myself. And let me get Mark's picture all prepared. Oh my gosh, I so did not plan on doing this 4-hour stream. I actually, I'm supposed to get some information from the Manhattan clerk's office, but I can do that later. I was supposed to call them about these 2 cases that I'm working on. Coming up, Mark Garagos. Let me go back to, okay. And also, I'm sorry, I am so embarrassed about the food on my face. I don't consider myself to be a sloppy person. I actually don't. I just want to, I'm not making excuses per se, but when we would get breaks during court, you know, we didn't have our phones, and these short breaks would be 5 minutes, right? So I would just kind of organize my notes a little bit or whatever. Or he said I had crumbs on my lips, whatever. I would organize my notes and I would shove a snack down the hatch because during the actual lunch break, when I did have my phone, I was doing Nancy Grace hits. I was doing my own updates on, you know, social media. And I had no time. So there was no time to eat anything. So it's just so funny that I never knew that I was just like, and yeah, he's right. The Diddy's sons and his family and Janice Combs and Charlucci, they would go down to the 8th floor cafeteria. And by the way, if you ever go to the federal courthouse, oh, just realized I've only been drinking coffee, not water. I'm like, why is my throat so sore? So I would follow them down. I know. It's okay. You can totally troll me for that. I would follow them down to the 8th floor cafeteria. And I said, that 8th floor cafeteria has the best food. The guys that worked there, they would be like, oh, do you like cinnamon scones? Because I can make them for you, you know, really easily here. And I'm like, oh, okay, sure, great. Oh, do you like blueberry muffins? We can make them. They would make things on the spot. The food was good. So I would follow them down there. I wouldn't eat anything because I would just pack my own snacks like a loser, or I don't know, like a mom, I guess. And oh, you did? That's so cool. Amazing. Thanks, Dizzy. And yeah, I would just try to get information out of them. And he would be like, all right, I'll talk to you later. Talk to you later. Relax over there, little girl. He didn't say little girl, but yeah, it was just very, very funny. Okay. Let me just get a picture of Mark. And maybe Mark can also give us a quick update, you know, on his baby right now, the Menendez brothers. But I just have a lot of things I need to ask him about Diddy. A lot of things I want to ask him. So many things. So many things. Here is a good shot of him. We'll share this tab. Oh, I'm a little small. Okay. So I'll keep him up here. Coming up, Mark Garagos, and then I'll just do one more banner for when he is on the phone. Oh man, I got a lot of stuff to clip after this, don't I? And I always put this, by the way, I always put this in podcasts as well, audio podcasts on, you know, every single platform under the Outlier. That's my podcast that I do. And then I do one-off just audio podcasts where I'm researching cases, and I'll put it on YouTube, but there's no video. And I'm always very proud of those episodes that I do, because I do work hard on getting all the research and you know, showcasing, I guess, certain cases for everyone to hear about, and I get all the documents necessary. And so you should take a listen to some of those audios every once in a while if you feel like it. Yeah, that would be great. Let me see. Okay. Oh, who is that? Oh, hi, Mom. My mom. I know, I've been up here so long. Oh, she brought me more coffee. That's so nice. Mark Garagos. She's probably watching like, oh my gosh, you're still talking? Okay. So I had a couple, I also do better with writing things down. I know. Okay, so I have a lot of things that I'm going to be asking Mark about. And again, I wrote them all down. Hold on. Now I wish I put them. Okay, let me just present or invite. You know what? While we're waiting here for Mark, because I think I literally have like 3 minutes or so. Yeah, I might just pee. Well, first I'll pee. I know. I'll get it together. I need to get it together. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna just write down a couple things about that I wanted to ask Mark. What did, sorry, don't mind me. I definitely want his take on Maureen. Thanks, guys. Can you guys hear my husband? He's working downstairs in my parents' kitchen. His voice is so freaking loud. Make this. Sorry, you're like literally seeing me do this on the spot. Oh, you can't hear. Okay, good. What else was I going to ask him? I forget. I had oh, wait. I also had other notes that I wrote down. Okay. Oh, I have Menendez brothers. These are Menendez brothers notes. Okay. Okay, and then what was I gonna say? Sorry, you guys are like witnessing. This is just so funny. I should just play one of my old videos really quick. Oh. What else? What else? What else? Oh, I know what else. I know what else. My mom also brought me a snack up here, by the way, and now I'm like, oh, I wonder if I eat it, I'll have crumbs on my lips. That would be great. That would be so great. Oh my goodness. Okay, it should be like 1 minute from now if he's coming on. Yes, some YouTubers have a standby video. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, right? That's a really good idea, I guess. Why? Guys, and if you have questions, put them in the chat for sure. I'm getting nervous now. Okay. Because I don't want to miss if he like jumps in. Okay. I'm going to play a video really quick. Really quick. One of my videos, let's say, let's do something that's kind of relevant. Oh, all right, really fast. This is only 3 minutes and that's how long it'll take me. My call with Nancy Grace. Yeah, I wish that will happen next time. I will call her and it'll be amazing. No, let me just play. Let me get this up. Well, I'll switch and I'll play this. This is my because I will be doing the crypto case tomorrow. I'm gonna play. I'll play this quick 3-minute video for you while we wait for Mark. So you can get caught up if you're not caught up on the crypto case. Yes, I can ask him about Gillian for sure, but yeah, let me just play this for you so I can pee. Yes, I will play the homework. Okay. Crypto kidnappers, William Duplessis and John Woltz. It was pushed back to 12:30 and the entire hearing probably lasted about 5 minutes. They walked in, they were shackled, they were in their tan Rikers outfits. John Woltz is a really small guy. Really small. William Duplessis is very tall, over 6 feet. He wore glasses. He looked a little bit more clean cut. He had a haircut. They both didn't show any type of expression, but right away, the judge ordered both the defense attorneys and the prosecutors to the bench, and they discussed something for about 5 minutes. And then after that, he said that the next hearing is going to be July 23rd, where the judge is waiting on evidence to be presented so they can discuss bail. So July 23rd, it'll be next week in the afternoon. I will keep everybody updated. If people are aware of this case, or maybe they're not, there seems to be a dual investigation also going on in Kentucky when it comes to John Waltz. So apparently back in December, a woman from Sweden called the police in Kentucky and said that her son was being held hostage, and she didn't know by whom, but she knew he was staying with a friend named John and someone else named Kayla. And when police looked up the address that this woman gave them, it was the home of John Waltz. So there might be a dual investigation going on in Kentucky. I know that the NYPD are working with the state police. And I mean, does this mean that the feds could be involved too? If, could this be a federal case as well for John Waltz? When they searched his home, law enforcement found 18 guns. So I think there might be more to this case. I mean, it's interesting because defense attorneys, they say there's more to this case in terms of like the victim, they say, could have left at any time. The defense attorneys also say that there is footage of the victim and John Waltz going to shop for eyeglasses. So yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to see what comes out evidence-wise, and also if there will be more charges or a federal case possibly. I don't see them getting bail just based on the charges. I mean, you've got assault, second-degree assault, first-degree kidnapping, criminal possession of a weapon. This is not exactly, these are not exactly bail-eligible charges. Well, I mean, I guess they could be, but yeah, they're pretty serious. So again, we will wait and see what happens, but they are due back in court next week, July 23rd in the afternoon. And this was kind of a letdown. Oh, and I also forgot to add this judge, Judge Greg Caro. He is also Luigi Mangione's state judge. And I had him for jury duty. So weird. So weird. Okay. So yes, not going to be nervous, even though he is a few minutes late, right? He'll be here. He'll totally be here. It's not, you don't see crumbs. Do you see crumbs? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Yes, Sheila, he is the judge that I did not like, Judge Caro. And it's funny because that hearing, the crypto hearing, you show up and it's supposed to happen at 9:30. 9:30 rolls around, then it's 10 o'clock, nothing's happening. And then we hear, oh, yeah, it turns out it's not going to happen until, wait, I really have something on me? Sorry. It's like, oh, it turns out it's not going to happen until after 12:30. And you're like, really? And I don't cover, I guess, as many cases in Manhattan criminal court, but I'm going to, so don't worry. Oh, Sherry, you were kidding. Okay, sorry. So yeah, I'm like, I don't know, but yeah, so we'll see. Tomorrow, the hearing is at 3 o'clock. So, and guess what? I only know this because I reached out to one of the defendants, John Waltz, his defense attorney. Oh, Sherry, it's fine. I don't care. I think it's funny. I reached out to his defense attorney for a comment, and he's like, I can't give you a comment. I'm like, okay, it's fine. But I'm like, by the way, what time is the freaking hearing tomorrow? Because it's not on the docket. It's nowhere to be found. And he's like, oh, 3 o'clock. So I'm like, great. Glad I asked the defense attorney. So, okay. So it's now 1:14. He's a few minutes late. I mean, things happen. His phone rings. I'm not going to follow up, right, guys? No follow-up. But this is going to be the last of the live today, just because I'm getting a little fatigued, and I do want to cut some of Joe Tacopina and kind of get that transcribed here, so I can also put out an article on the Pop Crime TV website and start posting some of that. Because again, I do feel like he gave some really, really good information that just hasn't been out there in the public. So actually, let me look at Twitter so I can retweet some of this stuff so people know what's going on. Let me see. It would be so embarrassing though if Mark doesn't. Now I'm scared if he doesn't show up. How embarrassing would that be? Coming up, I'll just retweet it. All right, I'm scared. Ugh. Maybe when he pops on, that's what, MJ, I saw you guys all did that. Sheila, I'm liking all of it. Let's see. You reach it? No, listen, I wanted you guys to tweet it because I will show you the text, I swear. Sherry, I'm reposting this because we already did Joe Tacopina and I know he already came on. Okay, so I will text him and remind him and I will just say, hey, if you want to call, that's cool too. I'm scared. All right. I mean, okay. I'll say this. Let me know if there's an issue with the link or anything like that. Let me know if you have any issues with the link. And I'll pressure. I'll be like, the chat is excited. Okay. You know what? I feel like that'll get him. He's not going to be like, if I say the chat is excited, he's not going to be like, oh, sorry, something came up. Right. Ugh. You just email. Okay, I'll check. You emailed me something. Okay, got it. Really? Okay. I will definitely check that out for later when I reclip it. For sure. Okay. Oh my gosh. And Sid just texted me a photo of he and Wendy Williams. That's so funny. I'm going to say, but when was it? It looks like they're at Fresco by Scotto. Oh my gosh. When was that taken? Wendy always loved Sid. Sid was actually on her show before. She loved him. Hold on. Dizzy, I'm just going to also text you something. One sec. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, Sherry. I think, hold on. Let me just say, hold on. I'm going to write you back. I think I know what you're talking about. Sid is the radio host that I used to work with. Oh, he's here. Mark's here. I'll text you after. Hi, Mark. I'm going to make you bigger.
How are you?
I am so great. So glad you're here. The chat is so excited. We have had rock star attorneys on today. I mean, this is such a pleasure. Okay, right off the bat, I know that you are a very busy man and you don't have a lot of time, but we didn't have a chance.
I do not, but I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to see you.
Well, I'm so honored. I mean, I do have I want to sit down at some point in time and pick your brain about this, but I have a couple things that I want to get your opinion on about the Diddy trial. I mean, you are an expert at this point. You knew the ins and the outs here. And, I haven't told you my full scope of thinking, but some questions. Okay. Why do you think the government didn't call KK? Why did they not bring her on? Where is she? Is she in hiding somewhere, Mark? What is going on?
Look, it's apparent to me. I don't have any incredible insight into the government's strategy. If I did, I would have counseled them this was a massive overreach. But I would imagine, and knowing KK for as long as I've known her, that they understood she was never going to buy what they were selling, would be my kind of, without talking to her. I mean, it just wasn't going to be the case. If you know KK, you know what a wonderful, genuine, law-abiding human she is. And the idea that somehow she was facilitating any of this, the wild accusations, is just unthinkable. And so I don't think that she would have ever moved the ball forward. And the proof of that is if the government didn't call her, there was a reason for that. They know how to subpoena people. They know how to have agents show up with a show of force and get you into a courtroom. And,
Right.
you know,
I mean,
and
go ahead.
I was going to say the idea that somehow KK was portrayed as, in at least in the media, I think she was it was a caricature. That is not KK. That is a it is a kind of a social media creation of who she was. She's a genuinely good person, a businesswoman, wonderful, and I think operated for many years as Sean's right-hand woman. And I just think some of the wild accusations that basically fell flat with the jury support all of that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were wondering if they were to convict him on racketeering, if she's the co-conspirator here, that's what they would have had to believe to get this conviction. Would she then be indicted? That's what I think a lot of us were wondering. So, you know, and just to go back to what you said about the media and speculation, my opinion here is that the court of public opinion completely ruined this trial. We came into it as media thinking we are going to see minors. We are going to see drugs in the baby oil. We are going to see the most salacious, homosexual, homoerotic acts that, I mean, sitting there, I was very confused, Mark. What, I mean, where did all of this come from? And
Well,
how, yeah, go ahead.
Well, you know, Tenny, my daughter, who was the co-lead, by the way, for months was saying that the media had really dropped the ball on this case. And one of the reasons, one of the great frustrations in cases like this is that people don't do their homework. They tend to they hear things in the ether and on social media. If you had just picked up the indictment, if you had read the transcripts of the hearings, that even after he was arrested, if you had read the transcripts, for instance, of the bail hearings, and I'm not saying you, because as I think I told you, I didn't know you before this. I became a fan of yours while watching your reporting because I could actually listen to you and I would get a relatively straight report of what happened during the day, which was very difficult because there were so many people who had a kind of a take on this that was untethered and unmoored to reality. The fact was, is you went into this case of for a lot of people, they were going to see minors. They were going to see celebrities. There was going to be, it was almost as if it was a proxy for Epstein. Then what do? The government brings in the prosecutor on Maxwell, Maureen Comey. And then it's, oh, okay, this ties it all together. This didn't tie it all together. This was a fake case. It was a fake case in social media. Tenny was saying it back in March. Please, there are no minors. There are no videos. There is no blackmail operation, except a blackmail of Sean. And so this became kind of an imaginary case, and the jury saw it.
Yeah, no, she did. I remember her saying that. And listen, Mark, I will admit, because I am a contributor for Nancy Grace, because I was doing this, I did have very skewed opinions of all this. And I was reading a lot of these civil suits as facts. I won't lie about that. So when I went to report on this, I was like, all right, let's clear my head. And then slowly but surely, I was like, okay, this is not what I thought it was. However, Mark, I have to ask you, you know, when one of the HSI agents testified, I believe it was Yasin Binda, the first one, week 1, when she said, you know, what she found at the Park Hyatt, I believe it was, you know, she found drugs, she found cash, she found baby oil, paired with the fact that Combs was, you know, acting in this certain violent way with Jane after he knew this was going on. I mean, that wasn't very promising, you know, and during the bail hearings, which, you know, I did read some of the transcripts, and Agnifilo had said, oh, you know, Your Honor, he came to New York expecting to be arrested, to turn himself in. And I'm thinking to myself, well, if that's the truth, then why would he have all this stuff in his hotel room, Mark?
Well, I've represented, I don't think there's anybody, and this is one of the other great.
Ah, he froze. No. Is it me? Can you guys hear me? Oh, you just froze. I got you. Yeah, you're good. Oh, you're not good. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Please don't do this to me. Okay, guys, can you hear me and just, he's frozen? Okay, so people can, I mean, Mark, if you got to turn your video off, that's totally fine. I can sort of, yeah, oh, that's better. Yeah, got you.
Okay.
Yes,
So
perfect.
I will just say this. A lot of times people who are
You dropped out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
think
drop.
there's anybody who doesn't have, I mean, you're fortunate if you don't know somebody or have a loved one who has issues with substance abuse. Having said that, that doesn't, just because you mentioned, because you have challenges in regards to substance abuse, means that you're sex trafficking or that you're engaged in a RICO or anything else. It's just, it bridge way too far. He never should have been charged in the first place. The way act convictions, while I understand how they got there, I'm unaware, maybe you can tell me, I'm unaware of a single case where a so-called John, ironically Sean John, but a John has been prosecuted under the Mann Act, let alone been in custody for a year under the Mann Act. It was not designed for the Johns. By the way, and you want proof of that? Mark Nifolo, in his argument at the bail hearing, said the Emperor's Club, which was a prosecution back in, I want to say 2008 or something like that, in New York, in the Southern District, it ensnared the then sitting governor, Eliot Spitzer. Well, they never prosecuted Eliot Spitzer. And Eliot Spitzer, you know, what's the difference? And they didn't prosecute Cowboys for Angels, which was the group here. Right. They're operating, they advertise everything else. So how in the world does the government now stand up with a straight face and argue we want, 4 years or 5 years or 20 years or whatever they're arguing, when they can't point to a single case? A single case. Just give me one case.
Well, and didn't the judge just ask for that? He just asked for that, right? From both sides. Mark, you were cutting in and out a little bit. Oh, you're still cutting out.
Which shows you, by the way, bring me back when I'm in front of a computer. How's that?
You sound better now. But you know what? What I'm going to do is let me bump you and then I'll put you back in. 1 second. Sometimes that helps if I remove you and then push you back in. Remove. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfect.
Okay. So, I was going to say, the Mann Act charges that you mentioned, and I agree with you. And I don't know if you heard me, but I think the judge had just asked both sides to submit cases and sentencing. No arguments, right? And I think he recognizes that maybe he shouldn't have left Diddy in jail, right? Perhaps?
Well, I think the government made a very creative argument, and I understand it. You know, as somebody who is in courtrooms most days, I always appreciate clever arguments. The problem was, and I think what the order kind of indicates from His Honor is that it's too clever by half. You're trying to keep him in custody because of a domestic violence, basically a domestic violence incident 9 years ago. At the same time, you can't point to a single case where anybody similarly situated. And by the way, in the federal criminal justice system, that is the overriding concern. We don't want disparity in sentencing. We don't want disparity in charging. That's why sentencing guidelines are advisory, and that's why spurred sentencing guidelines. If you can't point to a single case where somebody has been held for a year based on being a consumer of of escort service, if you can't point that, then why are you doing it with Sean Combs? And by the way, why did over 100 years ago did they do it with Jack Johnson? And why 50 years ago did they do it with Chuck Berry? And it's not a very, you know, the Mann Act's predecessor was the White Slavery Act. And I don't want to get anybody sideways with me when I point this out, but the fact remains that all I'm doing is pointing to when it gets applied. And I don't think that it's fair. And I think for whatever reason that it should be allowed, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and you know, I'm sure you remember, but I had said this many times. They added these charges at the very last minute. This was not part of the original indictment because I think they got
reminds me.
Oh,
yeah, it reminds me. You know, the idea. I mean, it may have been. Who knows? I mean, I've got a million different theories on that, but let's wait.
Yeah.
For sentencing. Bring me back after sentencing.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. And Federal Sentencing Commission Rule 826, no upward sentencing for acquitted conduct. What impact does the new rule have on the government seeking enhanced sentencing against Combs? That was a question.
I think it's all Sean's favor. I don't think Sean should be in custody. He did something that nobody does, very rarely in the federal system. Nobody rolls the dice when they're facing life. I mean, it's just and holds the government to their feet, to the proverbial feet to the fire. So the fact that he's still in custody, I think, is enough.
It's a what? Sorry, you cut out.
And I think I think it's an outrage that the government is asking for that time and that he's still in custody. But you know, I think justice will prevail.
And
I'll leave it at that. I've got to jump. I've got a 10:30.
Oh, okay. Oh no. All right. God, I'm so many more questions. Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming on. Maybe we can do a follow-up at some point when you are at a desktop.
I would love it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you for joining me. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Oh, I love him. I really did have a lot of questions, you guys. I really wanted to know like who he thought the worst witness was for the government. I wanted to know what he thought about Maureen Comey's firing. I wanted to know, you know, I wanted just his thoughts, I guess, as a whole on the jury and on their reactions during the closing argument by Mark Agnifilo. I wanted to know whose idea all of that was to go that route. I just, oh man, I feel accomplished though right now. So thank you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And Sherry, I think what you were saying just really quick about Joe Tacopina, about his phone that was on the screen, that's on his website, his legal website, the 212 number, totally public for anyone to see. So I think that's what you meant. So, oh man, I wish his connection was a little bit better, but I just like, I'm so happy. That was so great. So I'm going to clip all of this And you know what I'm thinking? I feel like, no, I didn't get the juror yet. I mean, hopefully, maybe if somebody notices my channel, I can start to get jurors. I'm going to clip some of this, and then hopefully I can start putting some of this out into the universe, and people will notice my channel or something, maybe. But what I'm looking at this. Yeah, next time I will ask him. This was just a crazy 4-hour stream. Okay, so I'll do a stream on Thursday as well. Let's say I might change it to I'll stick to 9:30 because I'll be back in New York, but I have to drive back to New Hampshire that day. So maybe we'll shorten it. But I think the way to go here is to not plan a lot of these interviews or these calls, because I feel like it works better that way. If someone's like, oh yeah, hey, I'll join on. And by the way, my friend Sid, who took that picture with Wendy, he said it was now. They're at Fresco by Scotto. If I was in the city, I would run down there in a second. Wow. Are you with Joe? He was awesome. Oh, it's Sid. Hold on. I'll put Sid on. Let's get the tea. Hold on, since we're here. Hey, Sid, you're on speaker on my live, okay?
I'm on your show right now?
Yeah, is that okay?
Why not? You had my good friend Joe Tacopina on earlier. You may as well have me the same day.
Yes. Wait, you both just saw Wendy? What's going on?
We did. You know, Joseph is representing Wendy, you know, with the whole nonsense with Sabrina and the conservative and all that. And he's trying desperately to get her out. So Joseph and I talk regularly about Wendy. I talk to Wendy every opportunity I can, you know?
Yeah.
Wendy just did something with TMZ, I guess, as she was walking into the restaurant where she told Harvey, basically, I'm with Sid Rosenberg, I'm with Joe Tacopina, these are my guys, you know?
No way!
And, we've been working for months on this, and so, she gets to get out every now and then. It's ridiculous what she's going through. Her niece from Miami is in, and her fiance, and they just took her to Rosanna Scotto's restaurant. Rosanna,
I noticed. I saw you. I knew exactly where that was. I was like, oh my gosh.
You know the place, Lauren.
Yep, so I know it well.
Wendy's niece and nephew and Joe Tacopina. My friend Frank Morano even stopped by. He's
no way.
Yeah, Frank is working on something called the Wendy Bill or the Wendy Act. He has the specifics. I don't. He was only there for about 15 minutes. He really wanted to meet her, so I told him at the station, come on by and say hello. But at any rate, she looks great. It was good seeing her and talking to her, and we are working very, very hard on getting her out. This is one of the biggest travesties, one of the biggest jokes. I mean,
totally.
I talked to her on the phone. I see her. She looks great. There is no reason for this woman, Lauren, to be basically locked up in jail. That's what she is. She's basically a prisoner at this point. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what Joe said. He said but this is super interesting. Frank is trying to make the Wendy bill. That's so interesting.
Yeah, you should probably get him on because I don't know the specifics. You know, here I was actually, to be honest, in between eating a meatball sandwich and exchanging texts with my friend Kayla at Gracie Mansion about setting up a meeting between me and the mayor to speak, which is going to happen on Monday, August the 4th at Gracie Mansion. So I was doing about 10 different things at once, and Frank was talking to her about the bill. I love the idea. I just love the name of it. But in terms of specifics, I know nothing about it. But of course, you guys are close, you and Frank, so we can tell you about it.
I literally was just texting with him before, and I was talking to my chat. I'm like, oh, let me get Frank. Oh, then I'm like, oh, let me text Sid. I was literally talking out loud about all of this. So this is so interesting. Now I'll have to get Frank involved if he's trying to put a bill together. That is so helpful. And I'm so happy to see that she had so much fun. You guys were all hanging out at Fresco. And when is this TMZ special coming out?
Well, I guess they knew she was coming. So, you know, they're outside. Anytime she leaves the prison, which is her building where she lives, they're outside. So they must have gotten wind that she was going to be at Rosanna's place. And as we were all walking in, I actually got there before them. They were there. And I left before. Joseph and I had to leave before. We left Wendy and her niece and nephew inside the place. So, you know, but I'm pretty sure TMZ was still parked outside.
Oh, so it was just paparazzi. It's not like a special. They just were paparazziing the crap out of her.
Yeah, no, it's probably that. It's probably that. I mean, look, Anybody that talks to Wendy, has seen Wendy, knows that this is ridiculous. His judge doesn't like her. You know, Sabrina clearly doesn't like her. And you know, look, I happen to think personally that, yeah, listen, it reminds me a lot of the Don King story when Mike Tyson got arrested, Lauren, and went to jail for raping Desiree Washington in Indianapolis. I maintain to this day that Mike Tyson never raped that girl, that he was set up by Don King. And when Mike Tyson went to prison, a lot of Mike Tyson's money was gone when he got out. And it smells to me a lot like that. Like she's got relatives and friends who I guess have access. I don't know. But my fear is that Wendy Williams, when she does get out, she's going to find a lot of stuff missing. A lot. And that's my fear.
Yeah, no. Oh, that goes without saying, 100%. And you know, all this started because her son spent 6 figures on a birthday party, you know, on his own birthday party. And Wells Fargo's like, wait, what? Like, you're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, no, you're right too. So, but I will tell you this, as I get ready to head towards the ferry here on Wall Street.
Yeah.
When Tacopina sat down at the table, he said, you know, I just did your friend Lauren's podcast. I said, wow, that was quick. I texted you 30 minutes ago. I said, thank you. I love Lauren. Not only is she a great talent, but she's one of the most loyal and best people I know. And I've been friends with Lauren for many, many years. So I'm glad you did that. And he said, yeah, and I got to tell you, you looked over at Wendy and he said, Wendy, by the way, this girl, Lauren, she loves you. And I said, listen, I can attest to that. Yes, Lauren does love you, Wendy. So Wendy Williams sends her regards.
Oh my gosh, that's the best thing ever, Sid. Stop it. I love you for sharing that. I'm going to hit you guys up for like a phone interview or something because I need to talk to her. I love her. Oh my gosh.
I promise you this, when she's out and she is able to do stuff like that, I'm making this promise right now, Lauren. I promise you'll be one of the first people she speaks to. I'll make sure that's the case.
You promise?
I absolutely promise you 100%.
Okay. I would love that. Oh my gosh. And by the way, congratulations to beautiful Ava on her graduation. You have such a lovely family. I actually make jokes all the time. I'm like, Sid, I love you so much, but your daughter is so perfect. I don't get where she came from. No, just kidding. Literally. Your daughter is so wonderful in so many ways that it's like she's literally perfect in every way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, she loves you and she loves your children, obviously. She spends a lot of time with your kids. She
Yes.
loves your kids. But she's not perfect. From a dad who loves her more than anything in this world. But she's damn near perfect, I'll tell you that. And we're very proud of her. And Europe last week was great. And what she had to go through being doxxed and getting the death threats, which I received as well on behalf of my own daughter. But that's fine. I'm used to that. She had to really go through a lot of really hard personal stuff just to get through her classes. And it's a typical curriculum there because she's doing all of her law studies in 3 years. You know, in the United States, you go to some undergraduate school for 4 years, then you go to law school. In Europe, you do one state, 3 years, and you get all that work done. She can take the bar now. So she had to go through all that while handling that very difficult curriculum, and she still graduated with honors. So needless to say, we're very, very proud of Ava.
She's literally incredible. She's so incredible. I love her so much. She's so good with my kids. My kids love her so much. She's so respectful. She's fun. She's responsible. I mean, I literally could go on and on. But yeah, she's had a tough year. Just from, she's like, you guys, I can tell you the details after, but very pro-Israel, obviously, and she's gotten doxxed. Horrible threats. Sid as well. It's been terrible. So, but Sid, thank you so much. This has been so informational, and I can't wait to have you back on officially, and talk when Wendy's free.
You got it, Lauren. I love you to pieces.
All
You've
right.
been a great friend of mine for so many years, and you're so good at what you do. I loved it when you came on with me and Bernard. I wish you were still on the show. I got to figure that out. You're too good not to be on my show.
You know what?
Thank you for having me on your show.
I would
Thank
call
you.
in anytime, Sid. You know it. You have me. I love you.
We will do it very soon. I promise. I love
Okay.
you too. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Sid. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness, that just literally made my life about the Wendy thing. Oh my gosh, I am. That's awesome. I don't want to wait though until after. I don't want to wait a year. I want to talk to her now. How does TMZ get to do this, and how do I get to be that person that just gets like a couple sentences, from her? That's all I really want. Yeah, Wendy was very much like Diddy's done. Diddy, and listen, I think that a lot of people had their own personal experiences with Diddy because he wasn't nice to them. He wasn't a nice guy. He seemed like a really rude, horrible, terrible boss, and a terrible guy to work with. So I'm not surprised. And I think that anybody would be pro Cassie after seeing that video. You know what I mean? That's I guess, you know. So I get it, but yeah, I definitely want to hit her up. Oh, I am so also keeping Tacopina's number. I saw that they are gonna subpoena Ghislaine. Just really quick to end things off. Ghislaine, because there was some news there. God, I feel literally like act, but instead of for like 15,000 people, I'm act for 100 people. But I appreciate each and every one of you, by the way. So yeah, and it sounds like, yeah, House Oversight Committee to subpoena Ghislaine for testimony. All right. Well, let's see what happens. And then, you know, maybe for the next live on Thursday, what I'll do is we will call Ghislaine's lawyer again, Arthur Idala, and see if we can get some tea there. Yes, nothing bigger than the chat. So fun. Let me just check my, holy crap, this day, I cannot believe what I have done. It is literally almost 2 o'clock. Okay, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna clip these. I'm gonna, yeah, take care of everything. I'm so glad you guys thought it was a good show. It was really nice. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm really excited that we got some good information, some valid information, factual information. Yeah, so spread the word about these lives. Again, 9:30 on Thursday. Dizzy, let's figure out how I can like keep something where it's like, I guess I could just pre-set up a couple like 2 weeks in advance maybe, or something like that. I'm not sure. But tomorrow evening, I will be I think it's on Fox Nation. If you get Fox Nation, I'll be on for 2 hours. And I'll be reacting to the Brian Kohberger, the sentencing. And also tomorrow, I will have a video about the crypto kidnapping case because I will be attending that hearing. And then I was going to cover it today, but there's clearly not enough time. I got information finally from DCPI on the sadistic sugar daddy case. And there is a hearing for that guy next week. And that's really important to me because we need to get guys like him off the streets of New York. These guys appear to be these like well-to-do lawyers, make good money, but behind the scenes, they are grapists and terrible torturers. So anyway, I'll get to that case on Thursday. But all right, guys, thank you so much for joining. This was such a doozy. And Dizzy, thank you so much for everything, and thank you all. All right, bye.